Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
Rolling up, I'm feeling fly, yeah, I'm so damn fresh. Got that platinum grill, blinging in the chest. Diamonds in my mouth, shining when I speak. That umbrella guy, flossing, speaking geek. Ice on my teeth, I'm dripping so hard. Platinum grills, I'm the king of the boulevard. Throwing money in the club, making haters mad. I'm the baddest in the game, no one gets a pass. Ooh yeah. Crushing all these lines, yeah, I feel fly. Rolling on the dubs, that umbrella guy. Iced out pro on the boulevard. You ain't a comic gangster, don't be playing hard. Ice on my teeth, I'm flying so high. Dropping the bass, that umbrella guy. One drill to rule them all, one drill to bind them. Baby, I'm so iced out, gonna blind them. Rolling in town, I'm an army of one. Doing verbal walk-bys, blazing like the sun. Riding in my whip, crushing false accusers. Dropping off the bass on the real abusers. Yeah. Living life fast, no time for the slow. Justice on my mind, stacking up on that flow. Life in the fast lane, no time to blink. Ice on my teeth, watch it when I speak. Chillin' on my rhymes, never missing a beat. Ice on my teeth, yeah, I'm living that sweet. That umbrella guy, bringing the platinum heat. Crushing every hater, no time for defeat. Ooh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ooh yeah.
Good. I love it. How you doing, Megan?
I am good, Tug. What a couple of weeks it's been. Man, my God, my head is spinning.
You know what's crazy is it's not even slowing down. I know,
it's speeding up.
Yeah, I figured we'd catch up on, I haven't even caught up the freaking the court stuff. I was like, I'm gonna watch that. I talked to Mary, I was like, I'm gonna watch that stuff, and she's like, yeah, you should. That'd be great. And then every day something new, something crazy. By the way, let me note this out from the beginning. All right. No way this stream stays monetized. So if you enjoy this,
yeah,
consider backing, because today I usually won't put a warning, but Megan and I were talking about it. Yeah, this stuff is not going to be, it's a rough subject, but it's a real subject.
It's really rough. And yeah, that we're talking about real abuse. And if you are somebody who's been through abuse, it definitely is going to be difficult to listen to. I don't usually believe in trigger warnings or anything because, you choose to listen to what you want to listen to. But it's only fair to warn you. If you're listening to this around children, I suggest that you put headphones in. There's going to be things in here.
Friendly today, for sure.
No.
It's not kid friendly. I told my daughter, I was like, keep the little one away today, please. I was like, because I'll definitely have to pull it all down like as she comes in. I mean, she can't read it, and she can't hear it either. I'm just like, I don't like mingling the subjects,
Yeah, if I go silent and I don't answer you, it's because my son comes in to say good night too. So
yeah, I get it, man. Of anybody, I definitely get kid interruptions.
Yeah.
No, this. How do we want to introduce this? How do you want to introduce this, Megan, before I start pulling this on our screen?
All right. Okay. Well, you all are here because you've been following what the Hales, most of you are here for that. And Jeremy Hales has been in a all-out legal battle with Lynette Preston, who we know has told a lot of things to the court and to others that are just simply not true. And one of the allegations that has been made that she constantly complains to the judge that she claims is cyber stalking is that Jeremy Hales has called her a child abuser. Now, cyber stalk, she doesn't know what her terms are. Technically, the word she's looking for is defamation.
Right.
And of course, it's only defamation if it is not true. And there is evidence that Lynette Preston has quite a history with child abuse. So that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the evidence that exists. to show that Lynette Preston has a history with child abuse. And after seeing everything I've seen, especially some of this personal testimony that I've just seen today, I am now completely convinced that the child she has in her care right now is in danger. And I hate to even say that, but that is how I feel.
Yeah.
And I feel if you see something, you should say something. And that is why we are here, because everyone in Tug is a mental health professional. He's a mandated reporter.
Mhm.
This is what we are told to do. If you see something, you say something. And that is what we are doing.
And we are trying to figure out best course of action, like, because there have been reports, and we're not saying by any means for yourself, don't call a million times. We are figuring out the best course of action, because like this is a weird case in the fact that people have reported problems and nothing has happened, and you can see problems. Well, this is taking that and saying this is undeniable proof that this should not be. So we're, like I said, we're just trying to see an effective way, because we don't want to run into the same brick wall that we've ran into or other
Yeah,
people.
and it should be noted that so these stories that get a lot of internet attention when people suspect child abuse, and then DCF gets a ton of calls from people from all over the country, they tend to ignore it even
Yes.
more than they normally would, because they
Yep.
chalk it up to an internet fight. So it's
Yep.
very important that you do not pick up the phone and you do not call them.
And it will. We're not saying it will not. Something that, like I said, we're figuring out. And silence is not the best course of action. It is what will be effective. So,
and we're trying to work on that through channels that will be taken very seriously.
Right.
So please don't pick up the phone and start calling anyone. We're working to try and remedy this situation and have someone take it seriously.
Yes.
But right now, what we can do and what you can do, and because I know you're going to want to do something after you've heard this, what you can do is to share the stream with others, because silence allows this to continue, and sunlight and exposing the truth is what will help to expose this all and bring it down. So that's what you can do. Please share the stream. And, this is not going to be our normal silly stream that we do, and we tell a lot of jokes, because I think we both have a hard time even discussing this topic. Right?
I think you'll still have jokes, and because again, it's heavy subject, but at the same time, it's a heavy subject. It is like it's I hate heavy subjects, but anyway, I'm gonna pull this up here. I want people to see, like, this isn't some lead up to nothing. Okay, this is we're going somewhere. I'm gonna make sure that this levels out too. We're talking about with court documentation. Oftentimes too, you have two sides talking about something, so they're accusations. This is not two sides of this is a mental health professional, or actually multiple mental health professionals, that are discussing the situation here. And the stuff that they put in a report is wild. This is one of the craziest reports I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's so that you can tell that this is stamped by the clerk of the district court of Lucas County in Iowa.
I've redacted a bunch of, I mean, we didn't have to. I mean,
right.
The person involved, I did. And if I miss it, it doesn't really matter that much, because people will know who this person is, but this is proof beyond allegations. This is the court mandating someone take a look at it, and they're saying, wow. I mean, and you can see, the name of social worker, Iowa Department of Human Sources, do say the following to be true. I am a IDHS child protective worker, currently assigned to, redacted. These were addresses. I redacted all of those, of course. Redacted is a primary custodian and caretaker of a child. Okay, so they're discussing a child here. Do you want to give any background on the child situation, by the way?
Well, we have her story because she's come forward and she has put it on YouTube and TikTok. And I do have clips of that to play. And we can either do it now or later after we go through this. I mean, I don't think it matters either way. I have reached out to her to ask her if she would like to have a bigger platform to tell her story, but she doesn't need to. She's already told her story, and it's shocking stuff. I don't know, Tug. It's up to you if you want.
I think we read because we give it validity when it comes from the professionals first. Because again, I mean, we've talked about accusations. An accusation is just that you do want to verify accusations when it deals with children. I mean, that stuff needs to be taken. And we're not dealing with a kid here anymore, but this stuff happened to a child, and currently there is a child in the mix. So,
right. So this would be from Lynette Preston, who's gone by a lot of different names, and in this particular case, I think they call her. They do call her Lynette, and they call her Lacey too. So she has several different names. She has been married at least what I've heard 7 times. That's alleged. I don't know that for a fact if it's 7, but that's what's been said 7 times. So she has a lot of last names, which is dangerous for a person who has a history of this kind of thing in her past, because that means she can use a bunch of different names that haven't been connected to this incident. For instance, she could use different and then not come up in background checks, for instance. So the background is this report came in 2006. Before this, Lynette had married the father of this child in question here. The child who's being talked about, Lynette was married to her father. So she is not the biological mother of the children. There were 2 children involved, but one is particularly being talked about in this report. She became their guardian and the story is that she took them from their biological father when they divorced and would not allow them to see him anymore. I don't know how she was able to manipulate the court to allow that, or if it was allowed or not, but that is what the victim is saying. So you can start reading, Tug, and then we can get into the...
I redacted Lynette's last name. I don't know why I did that, but I did anyway. I don't remember her last name. Her last name's around, but I was like, well, I don't remember her last name in the other court documents. So who knows? Out of her 7 aliases, maybe it's a different one.
Was this one when she was using Preston? Or
I don't remember. Else? I don't remember. I redacted and I can't remember what it
was. That's all right. I've got the unredacted copy here somewhere. I can look.
All right, I'm going to start on, again, this is March 6th, child psychiatrist, redacted, wrote the following letter to this worker. Redacted's case was staffed today with all of her providers at, and they gave the place that they were at. This is a grave concern about Redacted's emotional well-being and stability if she remains in her present environment. Redacted's guardian, Lynette, appears to be highly unstable and displays extreme mood swings when she brings Redacted in for therapy or during phone conversations with staff. Lynette, her moods are often so extreme that the staff has not been able to contain her emotional instability. Several of these incidents were so extreme, they've been documented. Redacted was also placed on medication for depression, and Lynette did not follow through with appointments, and Redacted has been out of medication for over 3 weeks. There is documentation of ongoing emotional abuse in Redacted's home. Redacted is frequently verbally attacked by Lynette before, during, and after sessions. So they're telling in the middle of sessions, this is happening. And here's a point I think that should be made about people like this. If they are willing to abuse someone in front of other people, the stuff that is going on behind closed doors, these aren't red flags anymore. Like that
Right.
is a straight up sign that if somebody is saying they're being abused behind closed doors, if you see them abusing another person right out there in the open, yeah, something should happen. Something should be done.
And this is an affidavit for court for the judge to see that the psychological professionals, more than one, witnessed this.
Yeah, this is multiple speaking. This is an agency basically saying, yo, what's up? Lynette has frequently been very angry with Redacted and has threatened to place Redacted in a facility and then quickly contradicts herself and says she isn't going to place her. On one occasion, when staff said they were looking for placement for Redacted because Lynette said she wanted Redacted out of the home, Lynette became angry and said, well, there goes $450 a month. I mean, again, says this in front of people.
In front of them.
Yeah.
In front of the people.
Yeah.
There.
Redacted was in the room. I'm going to switch. I'm going to make sure the pages pull up and I size them correctly. You know, these things there.
Yeah, I see you, chat. There's a lot of you in the chat saying, I don't think I can stay for this. This is very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
If you can't, don't. Okay.
You want to. You want to know the people. I'm telling you, you want to know this. Because you know what? It's all fun and games until you find the proof. If you want to know the real people, this is them. That's the thing. You do want to know them. Because when you look at that, you know what? We've been talking about fish and game showing up and stuff like that. Well, here you go. You want to know
if those of you who are saying that you think the screen is blurry, you might want to check your settings on YouTube.
Yeah. Because you'll want to go in and go into, what is that, advanced settings? Give me one second.
Yes, it's
you want to go in
the little wheel.
Yeah, because your quality, it may preset it to 144p. That's what mine's doing actually. Give me one second. It's not on our side. That's YouTube. I'm making sure there's no blur. Just give me 1 minute. I'm checking mine too. I have it says mine's demonetized, and yet I have a video playing. I'm like, you bastards. Isn't that? It's always that way, you know. Yeah,
Yep.
so you go into the quality setting and you go into advanced from there and set it to like 420. Now, our 720, I said 420. Set it, yeah. If you set it to 720, it'll blur. This again is a copy, so there will be a little bit of blur, but it's not blurred.
Some of you just need to put your glasses on, probably. Also.
Yours truly in those, just to say.
Yeah.
But Redacted can live here. Now, Lacey's, you notice Lacey, we switch over.
Yeah.
Lacey's reaction to Redacted's misbehaviors are generally extreme and harsh and do not cooperate with her misbehaviors. The most concerning thing for me is the Redacted continues to ask for help. She continues to request to be out of the home and continues to describe the home as pathological. Wow. My staff and I have witnessed the pathological nature of Lacey's parenting. Yet, not only is Redacted still in the home, she continues to be abused emotionally. I've seen no desire on Lacey's part to change her behavior or parent Redacted in any healthy way. So, Lacey is open about the fact that a 22-year-old man has moved into the home and he smokes marijuana with Redacted in the home. Redacted is already at high risk for drug use, and the only parental figure she has is supporting that it is all right to use drugs. Lacey is aware that Redacted should not be exposed to drugs, but puts her new boyfriend's needs before Lacey's need. Also, there is an issue of Redacted's not going to school at times, apparently as punishment. There are so many crises. I can't say it. Crises in my brain. Crises. You ever run across a word, you're like, my brain won't say it right there. There's so many crises. That's what I'm going to go with.
Guys, I know this is confusing because of the different names.
Yeah. Just say same person.
They're calling her Lynette and Lacey in the same document.
They're just switching back because, again, she goes by different names. So that's the way.
And it's probably because, if I had to guess, it's because there's more than one person who contributed to this report, because there were social workers, psychologists, and other people in the office. So depending on which name she gave which person, they're going to use that name. But it's the same person.
So they're writing multiple people queuing in on a report, but they're also feeding it off notes. So, when they do that, they put it all together.
I think that, okay, the chat's confused because that one sentence has a typo, because it's probably
there's going to be typo.
It's probably because the people who are writing it who are typing it up are also confused. So where it says puts her new boyfriend's needs before Lacey's needs, they meant to put the child's name there, because what's redacted here is the child's name. There's no doubt who the child is in this report. So that is just
myself.
That's just a mistake in typing.
Well, it's also, if you've ever looked at law documents, there are a lot of typos, depending on the person. Some people are very good. Even the best leave in small typos. I mean, I couldn't type out like a 300-page document sometimes without some kind of typo. But some documents have a lot of typos. And with this, if they have multiple people giving feedback, but all of these redacted, you can see where the whiteout feature is used. That was me going through it. So yeah, that's just an error in the way that it's listed. Also, there is use of redacted not going to school, at times apparently as punishment. There are so many crises that we have not been able to address the issue of redacted's education, which is also being severely neglected. The treatment here has also not been consistent with several no-shows for appointments. Lacey also did not get redacted's medication filled and did not start it. So you can see right here, they're talking about the person. So you can see where if you're looking at that error, you can actually see it spelled out. She did not let us know this for several weeks and has not followed up with me or the NP to address this. Further, when watching the interactions between Lacey and Redacted, there is a clear lack of attachment. There are no signs that Redacted trusts Lacey to nurture her or to meet her needs. I feel that Lacey is capable of putting on an act when needing to try to convince treaters that she cares for Redacted. My impression is that Redacted is also a burden to Lacey emotionally, but financially and for help around the house. She is an unwanted necessity. That's a heavy statement,
Well, that is okay. Tug, when you're writing a report, I'm assuming you've written some of these before.
I have.
What would like, is this language? What does it say to you? Because this is kind of unusual, isn't it?
It's bad. It's very bad. Yes. Like as a therapist, typically you're using the least aggressive language. You're a provider. You're an advocate. The thing is, in this, first of all, they're not advocating for Lacey. They're advocating for the other party. So they're going to make this a little more concise. Still, even in that, typically you would be like, well, Lacey shows a need for proper coping skill use, something like that. And that's still, it's pointing out something bad. That may mean that, she has fits of anger or something. So when you're just blunt about it, you're saying that that's an incredible need.
Yeah, it's somebody who's really trying to communicate to a judge that this is a really serious situation.
Yeah.
This is pretty unusual. I've seen some of these reports before, and it's pretty unusual to use such plain language.
Yes. Boy, every field has a way of flowery language, in some way. They spruce it up and make it, it's reflective of that. But I mean, the clear use of who you're talking about, they don't refer to anyone as a client or anything like that. I mean, they're concise in what they're saying. Very bluntly concise.
And their job, believe me, their job is to find out, is the child safe, and is there a parenting issue here that can be dealt with? Mm-hmm. And they're there to help you. Like, that's what they're trying to do. And so they're giving, the court-ordered therapy is actually to see what can be done to repair. It isn't to tear apart for most of the time. There's occasionally, there are cases that I've covered where it does appear to be that way. But in a case like this, it's like, let's give therapy and see what we can do. And you'll see later on, nothing they did helped. And that was the big problem here.
It's just crazy reading through this. I mean, it's so blunt when I look at it, again, from that side, reading a lot of these, even people who have been in trouble with the law, and you're going in and evaluating custodial need. Like, that's, I mean, usually you don't get this blunt. There's a small percentage that go this blunt. See, when you're saying like someone's putting on the need or putting on an act, but it's a unwanted necessity or need, they need the money, they need that, but they don't need them. They're not bonded. However, it continues, with attachment comes an awareness of one's behavior on the other person. Lacey knows she is hurting Redacted, yet I see no real regret or remorse for her harsh and critical treatment of Redacted. It is clear to me that Redacted was humiliated by Lacey's treatment. But Lacey seems to have no clue as to her effect on Redacted. Either that or she just doesn't give a shit, is what they're telling you.
That part there about no regret or remorse is really scary, because that's really that's not normal. And like every parent has failed. I have failed. I have, hurt my children. And every time that it's happened, that I've hurt one of my children, emotionally, because it happens, nobody's perfect and parents are imperfect. And when it's happened, good God, the regret that I feel is instant and lifelong. Like, I still regret stuff that happened years ago, right?
Yeah, and it's stuff like getting on to your kid, just to
like
make clear,
being too harsh, like being too harsh about something. Like that's always something that I deal with, like getting too upset about something that was maybe not that big of a deal in retrospect, where it like upset them and made them cry. And that I hate that. But you immediately, like, normal people regret that, and you feel remorse and you apologize and you try not to do that again. You talk to them about it, and like, just hearing that there's no remorse, no regret, and full awareness, that just hurts my heart. I feel so sad for the children affected by this.
I feel frightened for a child that's still involved in something like this. That's the frightening thing.
Yeah.
Again, even if she knew, it continues, Lacey has shown no desire to change her parenting or regret for the damage that she is causing. Redacted. So she's being told, hey, you're doing damage here. This, if you're not aware of it, again, that's the whole language of coping skill. Hey, there's a better way to handle this. If she's being physical, obviously they're like, don't do that. You're terrible. But even if they're, if it's yelling, dragging her down, I mean, God, there's so many ways that you can harm a child. And
oh yeah. And I mean, again, obviously nobody's perfect, but you have to have an awareness that when you make a mistake, it has to be repaired and worked on, and not just blown off like you just don't care. That we're talking about a child here. God, this is so hard.
Yeah, you have to own it. You have to own it.
You have to own it.
But you also, this is the problem, and this is not. People look at this stuff and they think mental illness. Okay, one of the things when you have a person come in, I always hate that excuse, because a person that comes into a clinic wants change. They are cognizant of a problem. They are not court ordered to walk in. So that is a bullshit cop out. If a person really wants to change, they will listen to feedback and they will try to change it. But the very first thing that they have to do is they have to own the fact that they have done or that they are doing damage.
And we've seen on the videos the deposition video and on the Fish and Wildlife video, we have seen Lynette yell at that 4-year-old. We have seen her do it in both videos. This is, again, another reason why it's like, okay, you cannot just focus all of this blame on Jeremy that he's just saying these things. We have seen it. We have all seen it. So,
I mean, I don't know about other people. Like for myself, yeah, there's 2 times that raising the voice. My kids, That is their pun. They don't like it if I raise my, I have I have a male voice. Mine
Yeah.
can sound very authoritative, and they respond to that. That is my punishment. So I'm either I'm scared something's happening. I need them to pay attention right now. Like my daughter accidentally started backing the front seat up toward my other guy. I was like, stop right now. That's a reason to raise my voice. Don't
Yeah.
crush her. Or if they're doing something that's dangerous, or
Right.
again, you need to get on to them. But that is the last line. That isn't the first. That's not your go-to.
Well, and also teenagers, when you have teenagers, usually, that can escalate into a yelling match between you and your teenager. Sometimes it happens. But not all yelling is emotionally abusive, depending on how quickly you get over it and what, how you deal with it. But I mean, I grew up in a yelling household. At least my dad yelled a lot. I wouldn't say that he was abusive, especially after I learned later, like, parents do the best they can with what they have. And my dad loves us all so much, but that was just his way to express himself. Like, literally, that was all he could do. Like, that's how he could get it out. He never, ever hit us. Like, he never spanked us or anything like that. He was a big softie. But like that, his release valve was to yell. And when I finally figured that out, like, oh, that's just dad. He's
Right.
got this high anxiety, which I also have. So I get it. Like, it is like, it's because of his worry for us. That was the only reason why. And he's such a good man. But yeah, people have failings. Nobody is the perfect parent. Nobody gives you a guide. But at the same time, like, when you're being told by not only your child and professionals that what you are doing is hurting, it's harming, and you do nothing. Yeah, scolding. Thank you, Laura B. Scolding a child is different from yelling. Yep, it
Yes.
is. It is.
Well, and that would be reflective in this. Again, there are situations. This is not a for hire somebody that was hired by another side to go after it. This is somebody that is setting down. They're supposed to have sessions together, and they're evaluated. So this is an evaluator. It's a much different thing. Like I said, if you see a lot of court documents, he said, she said, you see people that are hired to go after somebody. But in this instance right here, I mean, it's just an evaluator. And like I said, there are many evaluators too. There's multiple voices that have added to that. And I wonder, with the multiple voices, if that's because it was extreme enough. They were like, yeah, I want somebody else to sign. Like, if I saw something extreme, and they note this so there are therapy notes with this. The therapy notes are really what hit me, because they felt a need to report this stuff. When I go to the level of reporting, that is an extreme. I feel that a child is in danger. I don't take that lightly, because once you set those governmental mechanisms in place, they have real consequences, or they should. Here they do. They very well do. We have a relationship with the people that are part of that, and they know, like, if we call them, there's a problem, and they're good. We work with specific people, but you don't take that lightly.
No.
So anyway, let's hit this right here. I strongly feel that the system has let Redacted down by continuing to expose her to extreme chaos and abuse. Extreme there. That's
quite a word.
That's a hell of a qualifier right there. I do not see.
I can't say that I've ever seen that.
I've never read one that was just this blunt. I mean,
I haven't, and I've read reports that included child SA that didn't have language like this. I wish it had. I wish it had language like this, because the judge didn't believe it or whatever. But so just saying.
I do not see Lacey meeting any of Redacted's emotional needs, and further, am sure that she is making Redacted more psychiatrically ill. That's a huge statement right there too. She is worsening her conditions. I wanted,
and it should be pointed out that Lynette keeps telling everyone that the child she is currently in her custody is medically very ill and has all these problems. And I think that should be taken into consideration, because
there should be a
history
true
here.
evaluator. There should be somebody that has no bias, nothing. They should step in. They should look at the background. They should do their due diligence and go through. I may have a child walk in. I heard a door open. So if I stop for a second, I'll just say,
I heard it too. It was there.
See, for me, like, people can hear, you can hear the kids when they come in. So they sound like they're close. Like, oh yeah, okay, it took that long. Here comes one. I'm gonna stop for just a second. I apologize. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna take it. I take it down. I will
talk to the chat. I'll talk to the chat.
All right.
Oh, well, there she is. Hello, Harris. Hello, Allie. Hello, Love Trumpy, proud auntie of 2NL, and Laura B. And all of you, thanks for showing up tonight. I know that this is a really tough topic. And, this is tough. This is tough. And there's other video clips we're going to play. And one in particular that I have in my possession that comes from Lynette's own mouth about the abuse that she allows in her home. So these are the things that are going on. And she has admitted it. And yet the authorities that are supposed to take care of these things and supposed to investigate, they're ignoring this. At least I've been contacted by a party who is outside of all of the people that you all know in the story, someone who is a mandated reporter who has come across this and did her own research into it, and has tried to call and contact, and no one is listening. So it's amazing to me that a mandated reporter can call and discuss this like a professional, and it does nothing. It hasn't done anything to change the situation or to have anything being taken seriously. And I don't know if it's because they think that because we're all streaming and having a good time and laughing and stuff, that it's some kind of joke. This is not a joke. I'm concerned, and I think all of you are concerned as well. And I think we have a right to be, and this is definitely something that we're taking real seriously. I know one of you said, I'm getting worried. I've never heard the tone, this tone in your voice before. You guys are being so serious. But this is a serious thing.
We've come to this place, this crossroads, where we've talked about, hey, there are concerns, and then you unearth something, and we took it very seriously about whether or not this stuff could be shared or anything. I mean, we had some real discussions about it, like how to handle this next, and not just an enclosed, 2-person discussion. We're trying to figure out, what exactly is required here, because there are legit concerns. There are thousands of people that are concerned, and with good reason. And we've seen cases where there has been somebody that comes in and intercedes, and it's gone well. And we've seen cases where that's failed, and I don't even want to talk about what happens in those.
Well, and that's the problem, because I have said this before on my stream, and I have covered these cases for years. Okay, for 20 years, I've covered CPS cases where they've gotten it really wrong. I have not covered very many where they've gotten it right. And just recently, some very high-profile cases where people online, like in the Ruby Frankie case, were begging CPS to visit and do something. And they went out there 12 to 15 times, and they were talked out of doing any investigation because they were told, oh, this is just an internet fight. That shouldn't be a reason for social services to not do their due diligence. But Tug, you had people coming after you, retaliatory, and calling CPS on you for no reason.
They did investigate. We a lawyer talked to them, because they're not going to come into your home without some kind of guidelines or rules. They have specific complaints they're going to look at. You talk to them. The complaints were like, I mean, they were ridiculous. Like, not meeting basic needs, which would be like water or food. Okay, well, they can check your refrigerator and tell if you have those, if you have the
Right.
utilities, you know. So like, they were just ridiculous statements. And this is another level. Like I said, you've gone to that. You have this person, they actually bring up right here. They're like, I wanted redacted removed early in March, but after talking to the abuse investigator Rex Hall, I agreed to intense in-home therapy and psychological evaluation for Lacey to see if with more intensive treatment there could be successful. So they did. They tried. They went in, they reevaluated. Just like Megan said before, the idea here isn't pulling a child out of a home if something can be repaired. If this is just a situation where somebody doesn't have the right tools, or something's being
Right.
misreported. But they had
And
that.
by the way, it's the law that
Yeah.
they keep families together. Now, they don't always, they don't always follow that law, but the law is that everything should be done, the least intrusive means, right, should be done first before removing a child. And in this case, it really looks like they did that. They tried to keep them together.
Yeah, I was very hesitant though about this plan. That this person is telling you, when I'm looking at this situation, I don't like this idea that we went with. But again, this was the abuse investigator that went in, gave a recommendation. So they said, but felt that if redacted saw things might change, then there was a very small chance this home might work. However, always the however is, that's such a bad note. The in-home was delayed. And I have not heard that Lacey had a psychological evaluation. I was clear with redacted that a psychological evaluation was not. Give me a second, I'll pull the next page. 1 minute. I'm resizing it. That's what I could just flip it over, but you'd have to watch me resize it.
Yeah, I get it. I do the same. I hate the sizing problem on sharing. My God, I'm the worst at it.
I hate watching people do it because it's like vertigo, you know.
You would really hate watching me do it because it takes me like I have to put the hold music on. Please hold.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, oh, Lord, there's 3 pages of this, and then there's notes. So just to say, we have 3 pages of just the straight up, and then you get into the detailed stuff. So told them that is going to be helpful because they're talking about the psych eval. That would be helpful because this is based on what the person tells the psychiatrist. And we already know that Lacey does not accept responsibility for her issues. So straight up again, they're like, hey, we already know she isn't really. They're saying the psych eval is necessary in placing this, what we're seeing, in the language of psychiatry, psychology. Therefore, they're moving. You can really tell that they're moving to pull her out, but they're trying to back this. I mean, they're saying, well, maybe there is a slim chance that something could happen, but really, they're presenting that case. That's what they're moving forward. Again, Lacey also did not follow through with my recommendations for medication for redacted, even though she agrees with me that it was necessary and has not shown up for subsequent appointments. So she ghosts the child's needs here, and every, medication, emotion, everything. It's a failure on every level. And when you get to
when we listen to her in court, it's all about, I have to do all of these things for my medically fragile child, and I'm doing all of these medical things for my child. And it starts to, you start to wonder after seeing this, it's like, how is that true? Is she getting the medical attention that she needs if she needs it? I don't know. I'm worried.
Check it real fast. All right. I was making sure. Somebody said it was blurry. I was, again, we talked about that. If it blurs, go in, reset your settings to advance, and make sure you're at 720. In summary, I've been practicing child psychiatry in low-income populations for 10 years now. Now, that is my background. I'm not in urban rural settings, but anywhere we practice, we have mental health facilities, and we right now the state calls them crisis areas because there's nothing there. There are no providers there. After the beer bug,
Like Otter Creek.
yeah. I mean, you imagine a place like Otter Creek. Like, what do you do in a place like that? If you
Yeah.
didn't have the court coming in and forcing something, how would you ever get any assistance? And that is a real problem in areas like this.
Mm-hmm.
I have only one other time supported emotional abuse and do not take these issues lightly. So I'm in there telling you. However, I'm absolutely sure that Lacey's home is not meeting Redacted's emotional needs as described above. So they're telling you 10 years of practice. I've only seen 2 cases where I would just say, there's no way that this is going to work out. And this is one of them.
Wow. See, this report makes me believe this is one of the good psychologists who are doing a really good job, because you can see that this person has not lightly taken children away from parents. There are other court psychologists who willy-nilly take them away at the drop of a hat, and I think they're on the take. This one,
Yeah.
however, this is very good stats. If in over all that time, there's only been 2 other cases, that I believe. That I actually think this person is taking it very seriously.
And they went through the documentation process. Another reason you would do that with the notation like this, you go in, you get a consensus opinion. That way, when they come back and fight, because they will fight, then you actually, again, you've made your case, and you've made it this is making this case very strongly. Furthermore, the emotional abuse and at times physical incidents that are occurring, and they give a note. We have the notes, by the way. So they're telling you, this isn't just isolated to yelling or whatever. Physical incidents, that's frightening to hear.
Yep.
When they are observable, are absolutely worsening Redacted's illness. Redacted's prognosis is already poor in that she is at high risk for drug use, teenage pregnancy, school dropout, inability to hold a job, and unstable relationships. In essence, Redacted will be continuing the family history of dysfunction. If there is any hope for Redacted to improve, she must be placed in a stable environment where she can learn appropriate behaviors, again, talking about behavior and coping skill, where healthy relationships are, and emotional control. I cannot stress enough that there has been no improvement or willingness to work on Lacey's part, and that she considers Redacted as all bad. So she has written this child off. They are all bad. I believe Lacey can superficially appear to be attached to Redacted, but again, do not see any true attachment, and worse, do not see that Lacey even likes Redacted. I mean, that's a hammer right there. That is blunt.
I've never seen anything like this. Even in the reports with the essay, the psychologist is still trying to say that, well, maybe she could have a relationship with her father.
It's so rejected.
If it's supervised, it's like, what? Why?
Mofo hurts their child. Like once you get into that physical, that they're right there. That's why I can't be a lead reporter on something like this. I could go in, I could give an evaluation, but I'm telling you, somebody puts their hands on their kids, they try to hurt them. That's who they are. Yes, maybe somebody out there wants to wrap that in flowery prose, but fuck all that. You're supposed to be an advocate for the child. So for myself, maybe I would be strict, but after working with kids for a long time and hearing what if most of us imagine a line in the sand, we think there is a place where people will stop, and some people won't. There is no line in their head. They don't have it. And God, the things people will do to kids.
And the other thing too is that we also have You know, there's this report in here about how Lacey had a new boyfriend and was putting the boyfriend's needs above the child. And there's reports that there are these strangers coming and going on that property. I just, this is so unsafe. It is so unsafe. I feel so sick about it. I feel sick. And the idea that Jeremy is being taken to court and this judge is actually listening to her say that he's stalking and harassing her by just saying his opinion of what he has seen and what we are now seeing. It's like, stop this. This is madness. It's madness.
I strongly believe that Redacted is in imminent danger.
Oh,
that's I mean,
that's how I'm feeling about the child that's with her right now. It's imminent danger, and it's bad. It's bad.
It's also bad when they feel they have to be this blunt. Like, it's not just as blunt as we've ever seen, but they felt like they needed to be this blunt. They were like, look, no mistake, no crossed wires. We need you to understand imminent danger.
Yeah, the chat is bringing up a good point about the people who are supporting Lynette and, trying to sow doubt or whatever, sending messages and stuff. And these people there's like some people supporting her, and I don't understand it either, chat. I don't know. I'm what I do is I look for evidence. I follow the evidence wherever it leads. If the evidence were exonerating her of these things, I would be reporting that. I have not found any evidence to exonerate her from any of this. And so anyone who either calls themselves a journalist or whatever it is, and they're supporting this and claiming that what Jeremy is saying is not true, has not done the appropriate digging.
And period. If they haven't, and then they see stuff like this and they want to ignore it, then who the fuck are you? I mean, I tell you where these roads go. And we've actually, I mean, this particular person talked about what happened to them. They talk about it online. So you see where it goes. I'm telling, I worked with kids until I couldn't do it anymore. There's something in therapy with sitting across from a little kid and having them tell you the worst things in the world that it's soul crushing. I couldn't be a police officer, for example. I could never do it, because they see some of the worst things ever. I've read those reports where they go through and they find certain types of videos and things, and somebody has to watch them to see how many kids are in it and stuff. It's like, oh my God, I can't imagine that in my life, Oh,
me either. I don't know how those guys do it in the FBI, because they have to watch those videos of children being assaulted. And I just think, I don't know how you maintain your sanity after seeing. I never want to see anything like that. Never.
I went through a few years, and I noticed, like, emotionally, you can experience. And again, this is not detracting from the people. I think this is a statement on how bad this stuff is. You, as the person just sitting across from the table, you can experience trauma. You can experience emotion that comes up, and it's bad.
I've had secondary.
I mean, you can hear it in me. It still comes up a little bit.
I've had secondary PTSD from hearing the stories of over 20 years from these people who have been, ignored by the court system or done wrong by the court. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I don't cover it exclusively anymore, because it's too dark. It's dark, you guys.
I don't cover like school shootings and stuff like that. I don't talk about that stuff because it's so awful, but this, again, this fits into this particular thing. And like I said, we talked about it. We discussed what's there, but it's the completion of that picture. And again, it shows you. One of the things we've been hammering here is it shows you what Jeremy Hale has been up against. He's not lying. No, like, he's right. I mean, right. It vindicates everything that he's saying.
And anybody saying he's trying to do these things for clicks or for hits or for that, this is false. Okay. False. Just because someone has a YouTube channel and it's successful and they know how to write good headlines and get eyes on things, he is trying to alert people that there's something terribly wrong at his neighbor's house. and people are not listening to him, and instead they're trying to run him out of town, and they're trying to put him in jail. They put an injunction on him. That what is happening is outrageous. And at first I didn't really want to look at this part of it. I was like, I'm more interested in the court thing because his constitutional rights are being violated. And I was like,
Right.
yeah, I'm not really interested in that secondary story. I don't know what's all that about. And I didn't want to look at it, probably because of the secondary PTSD that I have from looking at these stories. And I hate finding out that I'm right. Like, I hate finding out that it's real, right? That I like want to shy away from it. And I did. I was like, I'm not getting into all that. But then
I'm
people
reluctant.
contact me and people send me things, and then I read them, and then I'm like, ah, shit.
Yeah,
You
when
know?
you're like, oh my God, I am right. I'm reluctant to go down that rabbit hole because the rabbit holes, a lot of them end up here. Here, I'm gonna read these last couple sentences
Yeah.
here, and then we'll be ready for notes. So, and I strongly recommend that redacted be removed from this home and be tried and be right in a therapeutic foster care setting. That is a last resort, by the way. Removing, and again, CPS may do something like that. They may come in and be like, yeah, we're going to remove you. But when you get into the clinical setting, that is not a even tertiary, you're so far down the list of where you go with this. Your primary, secondary, again, they are supposed to look at the needs. I have to say, I'm glad to see it. It's refreshing that someone runs across that and points it out,
Yep.
but redacted may require a more intensive setting. But at this time, it is not clear because we as treaters, again, that gives you an idea, they're treaters here, do not know how she will function outside of an abusive environment. So she has been, this is a crazy thing.
This is nuts.
To tell you how deep this stuff goes into kids, I would take comic books in with kids, and you look at the role that kids identify with, and oftentimes an abused kid identifies with the description of a villain. Yeah, I mean, because they've heard all these terrible things about themselves. Yeah. I mean, the worst descriptions in it, they see themselves. So they don't see themselves mirrored as a hero in the story. They see themselves mirrored as a villain. It is detrimental to Redacted's treatment that Redacted continued to receive specialized psychiatric treatment from myself and our team, or from other similar programs with a board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrist. So they want intense. They want to remove. They want to evaluate. They want to see if this child can function outside of these. Now we have the note that they list. They actually included the progress note for this, and that's also an extreme way of doing this, And usually when you're writing a report, sometimes you will include a progress note, but typically you're saying, here are our findings.
Yeah, I've actually never seen handwritten progress notes on any of the reports that I've looked at, Tug. None of them.
I've seen it with some offenders. I've seen it with offenders being looked at, as far as
interesting.
Yeah, but it's atypical. That tells you, when you've seen what's here, so why they would include this. But Redacted presented to this therapist's office 8:15 a.m. this morning, appearing to be in crisis. Redacted was crying, had enough to have difficulty breathing, and said, "I can't live like this anymore." This therapist, can you read that note?
Wait, I can't. This therapist.
Is it helped?
Helped, and then that's crossed out. Emphasizes no. This therapist something processed what had happened. This therapist. No, I don't know what that says.
Something processed what had happened that led Redacted. Maybe they helped them process. They changed it somehow. Maybe they crossed it out and initialed it. Maybe that's what they did.
Maybe.
Because you're supposed to initial. So that's what that is. But this part was what was throwing me. you know.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I can't see what the other letters are. I see the initials, but I can't make out.
I also haven't done a handwritten
Oh, it
note.
says error. The chat's right.
Okay.
It says error.
Error. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So it's just supposed to say this
Okay, it's error.
therapist
Yeah, you
process.
do. I haven't done handwritten, like, you know, everything's in ECR now, electronic care records. You know, it's locked behind walls. You don't have to worry about anybody. You know, the security levels have to meet A, B, and C from the state and Fed. And you don't have these anymore because, you know, the only security level you have is locked in a filing cabinet. You know, most places don't do that. So we don't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Process what had happened to lead Redacted to be so upset. Redacted reported that problems started last night, so they give the date, when Redacted household dish to feed the dogs. Redacted reported that her stepmother and guardian, oh, there's the last name, my man, Lacey, had gotten very angry and grabbed Redacted's arm and left a scratch on Redacted's right arm. Redacted said this morning Lacey had gotten angry about the way that her name is actually there. It doesn't matter. We talked about it. I tried to redact all of them, but my God, I can't read all that. Was taking care because we're gonna actually we talked about it afterwards. We're like, well, the videos are all there, so we don't really have to redact. So was taking care of the dogs. A little later, Lacey found a soda can in Redacted's room, and Redacted is not supposed to have soda. Lacey then reportedly went through Redacted's school bag and found a lighter. That's why the redactions stop. That's me. That's what I'm saying. It's not really just missing. It's like, well, we know who this is now. Their video, there's stories out there, and we did everything. So, I'm still gonna call him Redacted. Redacted said that the situation kept escalating and reported that Lacey hit her in the arm, leaving a red mark, and that Lacey kicked her, pushed her, and pulled her hair. She said that Lacey then told her that she could not go to school or to group therapy today. So she did all these things and then was like, we're going to isolate you. Let's see. I'm making sure
scary. It's very scary.
Yep. This continues. So give me 1 second.
Here, I'll give you my hold music.
It's a girl from Ipanema is what I need. Girl from Ipanema's coming. Yeah. Every time I think of like elevator music, I went through this. I was making fun of it one time with somebody. I was like, look, we're going to go on all these elevators. I was like, let's see how many of them have girl from Ipanema. For some reason, I kept running across it. Everyone, we were on like 14 elevators that day, and they all played girl. I was like, oh my God, this is driving me insane. But she said that she left the house, took the bus to the high school. Like she said that she was afraid the police, there it is, and Lacey were looking for her. She was afraid of what might happen to her if she was returned to Lacey's home. So, I mean, that she went to school. She was told not to go anywhere and went to school, and she was afraid that the police might be utilized to retrieve her, and if she was sent home, what might happen to her. Redacted said she was scared and wanted help, so she walked from the high school to counseling services office. Therapist then contacted the sheriff's office to inform them where Redacted was. The deputy came to speak with Redacted, the crisis service, took a statement from her. The therapist also called the DHS worker, who recommended calling the abuse hotline. So right here, this is where you triggered it. They've considered this extreme enough. And again, this is the type of situation. You have a child come in, they tell you that there's abuse. They're not telling you about past abuse where they've been, they've been removed from a situation or anything like that. This is ongoing, and there is a fear that the child will be put back in danger. It's continuing abuse. So this is the correct way that a mandated reporter should react right here.
Yep.
I mean, we see so few. I point that out because we see so few examples of it.
Yeah, right. And unfortunately, there appears to be some ignoring of people, trying to reach out and say, this is a problem. And again, like we asked the chat before, if there's any, please don't get on the phone and start calling DHS or CPS there, because the multiple phone calls have already led them to believe this is some kind of, internet fight, and they are listening to Lynette saying this is, a put on and I'm being falsely accused.
Yeah, if something can be done, I'm not saying anything can be done. Honestly, I have no faith in the system. I don't.
I don't either.
Some people say that's black pill. I'm like, no, but
that's truly why, though, we decided we needed to read this in public. That's the only reason. Okay, that's the only reason, because it has been tried. Even mandated reporters have tried to report, and nothing has come from it. So sometimes putting sunlight on the evidence will help to do that. Now, but you guys don't do anything. Don't share this and make sure that it gets as much sunlight as possible. If you see something, say something, and that's what we're doing. We're saying something, and it's on the record now that a lot of us saw it, and a lot of us said something, and we have proof. We have absolute proof that there were notifications to the proper authorities.
Well, there are 5,000 sets of eyes looking at this plus. So right now there are enough people to put a lot of sunlight, and that's something, when that's brought up, like that'd be something that I would know. I'd be like, look, it's not me and another person that saw this, 5,000 people or whatever that number comes, 50, 60,000 people. They've seen this thing, and when they see that, again, if we're saying that puts pressure, but if there's like, again, 30 or 40, 50 people reporting at the same time, it's shaming them you can shame them into something, but there's a process. There's a specific process that has to happen. So they tell them, they called a hotline. Therapist reported the incident to the hotline, and the case was referred to person who said they would investigate it. The school liaison was also contacted. He's been involved in Redacted's case due to excessive absences from school. After all the information was taken from Redacted, she returned to school. The person said he would talk to her about the alleged abuse. The therapist also contacted Lacey, let her know where Redacted was, and the police and DHS had been. So they told her, hey, they know, and that's good too. Hey, you can't retaliate over this.
Right.
Okay, give me a second. There's 4 pages of this, by the way, chat. Remix. It's the remix. This therapist.
We need some levity.
You gotta have some jokes here. Oh, Lord.
We
don't need a soul crushing, an entire soul crushing live stream. This therapist spoke to Redacted's guardian, Lacey. Lacey reported that she was very upset and that now her daughter was planning to move out with her husband and baby. Lacey stated that she was calling her psychotic and crazy. Lacey and Redacted were arguing with each other while the therapist was on the phone with Lacey. Lacey stated that Redacted didn't like Lacey's 22-year-old boyfriend because he smoked marijuana regularly. Lacey said that she thinks Redacted can't take proper care of the baby and is concerned about DHS coming to the house because the baby's room was quote-unquote filthy. Lacey sounded very emotional and said that Redacted was making Lacey choose between her new boyfriend and her daughter. This therapist had to leave the office before the DHS worker talked to Lacey and made a decision. Therapist gave all information to other staff at the counseling. This was a need for any follow-up today. The therapist also made himself available by cell phone. That's a lot of concern right there. I mean,
yeah.
I'm wondering I'm looking at the way that that's worded. I'm curious about something. Had to leave. Okay, so yeah. When I read this first time, I understood the flow. They had to leave. They had something going on. They had to leave, and they left contact information. When I read it the second time, though, I thought, did that read it different? Did they get upset and leave? I was like, let me just make sure I read that correctly. No, so
Right.
they had to leave and left their contact information. That's what it says.
Right.
And there's a partial page at the end.
Well, the chat is saying that Ashley is in the chat, and I haven't seen her, and maybe I don't recognize her username if she is.
Oh,
But Ashley,
you
if you're
got
here, I'm trying to reach out to you. If you want to contact me, you can contact me at meganfox.writer@protonmail.com, and you're welcome to talk to us. You're welcome to come on if you want to, and if you don't, that's okay too. I get it.
that's I mean, you know, we saw your story, and it's horrible that you went through that. You know, and the one thing we were talking about here, you were brave enough to put your story out there. You put it out to the world, and you got it out there, and some people had seen it, but you know what? Your story needed to be really seen because people need to understand, like, this shit ain't a game, and that, you know, we talk about all types of accusations. We talk about the real ones, and we talk about the false ones, and people need to understand that there are real ones, and that, you know, when you're looking at this stuff, you want to be right. And yeah, I mean, it was, again, heartbreaking to listen to there. So
also, and what I was going to say before, you know, when we play some of the clips from Ashley's story, I've talked to a lot of victims over the last 20 years. And it's one of the reasons why the second I saw Amber Heard open her mouth on the stand, that I knew she was a liar, because I have spoken to real victims over a lot of years, and they're all, everyone's a different, of course, but there's something similar in the way that they will tell you their story. And I immediately recognized that in Ashley's delivery. And it's hard to watch because, and I don't know, I'm sure it will be hard for everyone, but it's hard for me to watch because I recognize it so immediately. You know, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Tug. There's a
yeah,
specific way that victims will tell their story. And you can't, it's undeniable, you know, you can't fake that.
you,
I mean, I guess you could if you were really, really good, like maybe like the best method actor in the world could do it. But your average person cannot fake that.
It's a byproduct of trauma. You know, we talk about PTSD, we talk about trauma a lot, but the byproduct of trauma, you may learn how to move on, you know, to carry that baggage with you, but it's still there. I mean, that's who you are, and especially as a child. I mean, that works its way in deep. So, I mean, you can see it on people. You can see it on survivors, period. And that's what people are. You know, I may use the word victim. There are victims. I still use that word. Like, some people don't use the word survivors. I think a victim, unfortunately, they are stuck in that situation forever, and it destroys them, and that's horrible.
Well, I
But
think it's pretty clear that Ashley has
she's that's
she has
survivor
fought
there.
through it, and she
Yeah.
has come out on top because she is not scared to tell
Yep.
her story. And I love the way, in
Amen.
fact, there's a moment in one of her postings where she was doing it live, and Lynette sends out her live to, I guess, her supporters in the middle of what she's doing. And she doesn't miss a beat. She just says, oh, she's here, she's watching, she sent it out to people, and see, she's still stalking me. And then she continues on without it. And it's amazing because I know how hard that must be. So intimidating to have someone who's abused you continue to abuse you as you're trying to tell people what happened. That is so hard.
That's what abusers do, though, man. They never walk away. They don't walk away. And, you know, I mean, I commend people that they can stand up and be like, no, you know, you may have done this, but you don't get to do this anymore. Here,
Yep.
this is the last contact part of that. So contacted. Lacey sounded angry. She said she had hit redacted, but said it wasn't hard enough to leave a mark. So she admits to physical violence right there. Yeah, she was like, "Yeah,
Mhm.
I hit her butt." When Lacey was told DHS was involved, Lacey responded by saying they can just take her. So ugly too. Lacey also called back early this afternoon and said that she did not want redacted to return to her home. Therapist is currently waiting to find out the status of the child abuse investigation. So that was the notes on all of that.
Wow.
Yeah, you want to pull up some video example?
Yeah. So
I'll let you control the video there. That way
yeah,
you've got specific,
I
you know.
do. I have some timestamps, so let me pull up my notes. And because some of this is, I mean, it's riveting. And what's really concerning is that this story is very familiar. It's going to be very familiar to what we've been talking about and witnessing in this case. So I'm going to bring up her YouTube channel, which I believe that this was reposted from TikTok. I don't have TikTok, so it's not something that I know how to use, but I'm glad someone put this. I think Ashley put it on YouTube. I'm just trying to pull up the right timestamp. All right. So, this would be the beginning of the story from when she was little. And this is so heartbreaking. My God. So heartbreaking. All
Are you
right.
ready to share?
Yes.
Okay.
I just need to switch to the other screen though so I can put it here. Okay, so I can see you at the same time. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go.
Long story short,
Hey, hit the CCs on there.
yep, me and my son, we left.
Oh, close caption.
Yeah.
I stayed in contact with her. A little bit, not a lot. She would call, I would ignore it.
Oh wait, I think I went too far. Hold on. 24.
Right.
Here we go.
Jeez. But long story short, he came down. He picked me up, me and my son.
Give me a minute.
I stayed in contact with her. A little bit, not a lot. She would call, I would ignore it. How long?
What the hell's with the link? I'll send it on.
So
I'll send it on
got
Twitter.
with
I
my
get
dad
pause this for a
when
second.
I
Let me,
was
sorry.
5.
yeah. Hey, can you send in the link? Actually, can you send them a link? Because
Yeah,
my device is. Yeah, somebody said they
Yeah,
wanted a
sure.
link. Yeah, they come on.
Sure.
Oh my God.
Let me copy that. All right. I'll send it to your email, Jeremy.
I'll make sure, in talking about this too, this is where stuff goes when you when you involve like journalists and everybody else. This is looking at everything. That's where they have their court case and the items that have been going on, and not tying that to them. I don't want to speak for them. Come on, let them talk about that. But there's a complete picture of everything that goes on. So let's see. Anyway, go ahead, play.
Dad when I was 5. And you give a 5-year-old little girl a mom after her mom has just been taken away from her. I was all for it. And she was Oh my God. She was the nicest. She would do my hair. She would, I can see if I can post this because it does save my live videos, so I can see if I can post it. I'll see if I can post it, and I'll either post it on I don't know how I would do that. I could send it to Jeremy and I'll do that. I'll send it to Jeremy and he can share it, because at this point she already knows I'm speaking out, so come what may, she's gonna make my life hell either way.
Hey,
So
stop for a second. I see
I'll
the.
just have to put up with it.
I saw the what the hell. There you go. Hey, I'm gonna add them on. Here we go. Jeremy, what's up, man?
Hey, I appreciate it. I want to say something to Ashley that is more important face through face on the internet than in chat.
Okay.
This woman has endured more than some of us could ever imagine. And
Mhm.
she is courageous and she is strong. And there are people in this chat, there are thousands in this chat right now that wish they could have been there for her, and they support her and they love her despite of some unloving, horrific person. What that person did to her, there are thousands right now that just want to wrap their arms around Ashley and show
Yes.
her love and
Yeah.
give her the love that she deserved from the very beginning. And there's others in the chat that would like to minimize what's happened to Ashley, that would like to make it disappear like it never happened. They claim they're a journalist. They're a jokelist. Real journalists are sharing the truth and the evidence. And Ashley is so brave and so courageous, not only to share her story online with her platform, not only to be in the chat right now sharing the story, but to make sure it doesn't happen to another child in Lynette's care. And I want to personally, not in the chat, but face to face, thank her for that. And we support her, and there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands that love her.
Yes.
Yep.
It is amazing what she has done. It's amazing. And it's amazing that she has taken the steps that she's taken to protect her own children and to break that awful cycle. So, Ashley, we're here for you, and
we support her. And
Yeah.
I hijacked your live stream.
No, dude. No. I'm glad. Like that's a message that needs to be, put to
absolutely.
her directly.
I've worked with children most of my life.
Yeah, me
This is
too,
an
man.
area I have constantly said in our videos. Number 1, save Harley. Number 2, save the residents of Otter Creek. And number 3, save the animals. And I'm thrilled that Ashley's at a point where she is a survivor and she's safe and she has love and support from everybody. I hijacked it. Ashley, we love you. We thank you for what you're doing. And I'll let you guys do your business now. Thank you for even tolerating me to hijack your life.
No, dude. It's a very positive message, man. When we look at this, when I looked at what you were fighting at first, I thought that's crazy. When we look at this now, it highlights it gets more and more important every time we talk about it. At first we're talking about your rights being taken away. Now we're looking at something. This is awful stuff. And again, she's very courageous for putting this out.
Very, very. Thank you guys, and thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Jeremy. That was a good message. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, I was in the middle of saying, I was like, when he's looking at this, he's got to be looking at the importance of all of this, and he's got to be seeing it, and it probably feels like he's screaming to the wind sometimes. I mean, not to the chat out there.
I was thinking that because it's like, here's a guy who has more subscribers than, I can even fathom. And even still, he couldn't get this message across, right? Because they're still not listening, and the judge is punishing him, and the DCF isn't investigating, and nothing is happening. And he must have felt like he was screaming into the wind. I mean, not because his listeners believe him, but he still can't break through. And it's so soul crushing,
See, I'm a mandated reporter. I know parts. I mean, you know from your side of things, you know certain systems. Well, I know, so I know. I have a lot of connections in that, and again, we're looking at the best way around that, because ultimately, he illustrated something like you said. They have looked at this like neighbor v neighbor or YouTube drama, and that's a bunch of bullshit. You
Right.
have undeniable evidence that is out there. You have firsthand testimony from another child that was in this type of situation. And again, if they want to ignore that firsthand account, they cannot fucking ignore what has been reported in the courts already. To ignore that, that's not just the miscarriage of justice we're seeing. That's straight up. That's criminal.
And if
That's
another
criminal.
sheriff's officer tells Jeremy that he's doing this for hits and clicks, you should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed. This man has been trying to tell the world and tell the authorities, the people he was told to tell. He is trying to tell you that there is a dangerous and imminent dangerous situation for a child across the street from his house. And you have the nerve to say that he is doing this for hits and clicks? No, 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 no. Let's.
We've seen we saw, again, we didn't see a CPS visit or something, or DHS visit. We saw fish wildlife, but still,
who's also ignoring it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just playing around. Oh, you're gonna run through nails.
Watch
you're
out
in
for
through
those
chicken
nails.
shit, and
Watch
yeah,
out for
I'm
the
gonna put
nails.
you
Watch out for
down
the
in this
glass.
glass. Yeah, exactly. I was like,
oh
what
my
the
God, what's
fuck?
wrong with these people? Are they all?
That made me so mad. I have a again, the kid that interrupts these live streams is 4. And I cannot imagine putting her in situations like that. It's just it's soul crushing, because when you have it's soul crushing for just anybody out there. But when you have like a connection with you have your own kids, and then you have a kid the exact same age, and you see what these kids are potentially going through. Oh my God. Anyway, you want to
it makes me mad.
It makes me very mad.
I am mid Iowa. Thank you. So yeah, being a 5-year-old little girl, having someone come in and do your hair and put you in these cute little dresses and be a mom to you, I was all for it. And I don't know when that changed. I have blocked out a lot.
This is breaking my heart.
That reaction right there.
That's what I'm talking about when I tell you. I've talked to victims before, and when you see her reaction, she's reliving something, and you can see it happening, and it's like a flashback, and it comes back in waves. And this is what real abuse survivors go through when they're trying to tell their story. It doesn't come out in a linear fashion, and you have to be patient and sit and wait, because these things come and go. And her testimony right now is about how she does not have a clear memory of her childhood. She remembers hardly anything, and it's because of the trauma. She has PTSD, probably complex PTSD, because of the compounded trauma on trauma, which is what generally this type of thing you see. And this is what I mean when I say that you can't fake this.
I hope, like, again, when you're going through this stuff, because you're still going through it. I mean, it doesn't go away. I hope you have a support system, but I also hope you have professional help, because a professional, I mean, they can at least, you obviously, when you get to the point where you're recording and sharing, you've gotten to a point in that journey. But I hope there are needs. If you have that need, And you probably do, even if you don't recognize it. I hope you have a professional in your life. And again, if you need a support system, I mean, there, like Jeremy said, there are hundreds of thousands of people for support there.
I don't remember most of my childhood. I don't remember anything good. I see pictures and I'm like, I don't remember that. It looks like we had a really good time. I don't remember that. I don't remember really any good times with her. I have good memories with my sister. With, you know, my sister and I would go riding horses, and we worked with horses with our neighbor, and, you know, we went to horse sales, and, you know, her and I, we had a lot of fun together. We did a lot of stuff together. My sister practically raised me. Lacey, Michelle, Lynette, whatever. She likes to claim she raised me. She did not. She was either working or sent me out to do chores.
Tug, the chat's asking if you can slow it down a bit. Slow the chat down.
Oh, yeah, I can. Give me a second. I'll slow it down again.
That's,
I slowed it down some, but yeah, I didn't think about how many people were there. So my bad.
pretty much all she did. She didn't do anything. The chores were put on me. I had to feed animals. I had to clean the house. I had to clean her bedroom and her bathroom and my bathroom. And, you know, she didn't do anything.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the next part, which is really something. Oh, Ashley, it's just thank you for doing it, because this is one of those things that you know, you've been a victim of somebody who's a liar, and this doesn't allow her to do that anymore. And really, Ashley's like one of the only people who can really bust that narrative. And it's so awesome. It's so awesome that she can do that and that she is doing it. I don't see this very often. You know, the kids that I've worked with parents who are trying to get a child away from an abuser, and very rarely have the children wanted to speak out, even after they are grown. It's very hard. It's very hard for them to talk. I've only talked to maybe 2 of them in all the time that I've covered these stories. And so I just want you guys to know how really special this is, how really very difficult and rare that it is. And I'm sure that she probably is worried that people won't believe her, because people didn't believe her early in her story. And this is the kind of thing I talk about, though, when I say don't believe women, believe evidence, right? Don't believe just anybody because for whatever reason, because people tell you to, but believe the evidence. The evidence is all around the story, you know?
There was, again, the person that reported this 10 years in low-income areas. They said that they had one other case that they had said, hey, This is bad enough that there is no way that this is a salvageable situation or a relationship, and now we have a second one. So I mean that is evidence. That is straight up evidence. Are you
Straight
ready
up
to share that?
evidence. Yeah, I just have to get to the right timestamp, but you can share the screen while I
Okay.
get there.
Uh,
All right, 2:23.
So I don't know when it all changed from her being the brush your hair, paint your nails type of mom to the yelling and the screaming and the hitting type of mom. I don't remember when that changed. I don't remember. But I do know when it got really bad. It was in high school. I mean, I would go to school with bruises on me all the time. Not a big difference from the usual. I was able to hide them. I wore jeans all the time. I blamed it on animals, or I blamed it on the fence, or I fell down while I was doing something, and blah, 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 blah. Somebody's comment did not come through. So whoever you were that just commented, try to change it around. But yeah, I would, I'd go to school with bruises on me, and I'd just tell my friends, tell whoever what was going on. And mind you, I was going to a very small school. Wrapped around her finger. Yeah, I didn't see that. My dad and her were only together till I was 8, I think. Who sent you my TikTok?
All right, here.
Excuse you, ma'am. Get down.
This
You're
is
not getting out.
the chickens. The thing with the chickens throughout this video
She's legit
cracks
trying
me
to
up.
climb the cage.
She's talking to the chickens the whole time.
Like,
Now here we go. She's being stalked live in the middle of telling this story by her abuser.
Nat has sent my TikTok out to people. Goody. Good for her. So, see, she's again stalking. No, thankfully, my dad saw her crazy real quick. And yeah. They were only married a couple of years, if I remember correctly. We were actually living in Florida. And I remember faintly remember her waking me and my sister up and putting us in the car and telling us we were leaving. And we left. And I don't remember where we went after that.
That's kidnapping. Her biological father is the only biological parent she had at home. Lynette was not her biological mother. She packed up the children after only being with their father for 3 years and left and got away with this. And it gets worse.
But basically stole me from my father, from my dad. So yeah, she and kept me from him. Hey. for years, my dad's side of the family tried to get in touch with me, tried to get me away from her, and she didn't allow it. My aunt and uncle, they tried to get me to come live with them, and they couldn't make that happen for the longest time. They tried to call me on my birthday, on Christmas, you know, all the holidays. No, she did not adopt me. She tried as an adult. She tried to do an adult adoption for me. And
Wait, what? Adoption? Another adoption story? Like, what is happening with adoption? There's a very, I'm sorry, the pause
you
game was,
know,
I did bad
me
job
being
on the pause game. I'm
one of
sorry,
those-
Ashley. Okay, there we go. That's a pretty one. I didn't mean to do you dirty on the pause game. The adoption stuff that we start out with now, with the manipulation of the system to try and do these strange adoptions, is bizarre. And also, again, we're seeing similarities between what happened then and what is happening now. For whatever reason, oh, there she is. Now I see her. I could not see. I've been looking for
Yeah,
Ashley in
I was
the
trying to
chat.
find you in the chat
Oh
myself.
my gosh, there she is. She says, "Oh yeah, she tried to adopt me as an adult." I finally saw you. I've been looking for you this whole time. I have had my eyes on chat the entire time, and this is the first time. And I think maybe it's because it's been flying so fast that I haven't. Maybe that's it. But I've been looking, and I finally, for the first time, saw you.
Yeah,
Okay,
maybe because I finally slowed it down to the 15,
that's
instead of
got
I've been
that's
doing
got.
10, but I hit it at 15. So
All
that was
right,
my
sorry.
bad, like I said.
Sorry, I missed any messages that you were trying to get to me. So this does seem like acquiring children in this very strange way that should be investigated by law enforcement to see if it's actually legal, because this is not okay.
people, I'm a people pleaser, and you know, she was my mom, you know, whatever. I was like, oh yeah, sure. What does it matter? But I was so striving to have that motherly connection with her, with anyone, that I was willing to do anything to please her. I was literally willing to do anything, even after her other daughters stopped talking to her and, you know, kicked her out of their lives. I was the only one there, and she still made me feel like I was not good enough. And that was my whole life. I was never good enough. So the thing with my dad is he had child support issues, and
But
she would call.
My question is, how did he end up having to pay child support to his ex-wife, who wasn't the biological mother of his children? How did she get custody? Did this go through a court? I mean, these are things I want to ask you, Ashley. Like, did this go through court? Were there court papers filed to give her the custody? Like, did you ever find out when you were older if there was an actual court process beside child support? Because I don't understand how she was able to get custody of children who were not hers.
Does she want a link? She could answer something if she,
Yeah,
if she want. I mean, that's totally up to her, but we don't even know where to send it.
I know. I don't know where to send it, but actually, wait. I might know where to send it. I think I was asking for her contact, and it's possible that. No, I didn't get it yet. So Ashley, if you want a link to get in here, if you feel like answering any questions, but of course you're not required to in any
Yes,
way.
obviously. I mean,
Obviously.
you've answered quite a bit on video, and again, there's court documents and anything else. But if you
Right.
feel, we're missing something or
Yeah.
or
If you
whatever. I mean,
want one-
this is a platform to tell your story, obviously, what you've been through. And again, if anybody, I realize that you've ran into a lot of people, I'm sure that didn't want to listen or didn't believe, but they didn't see all of the documentation. I mean, that documentation is so heavy. I can't stress that enough. I want to go back to that anytime this comes up. If people look at that, listen again to the beginning of everything. Look at the documentation. And remember, those are professionals, many professionals, and they go out of their way. They're telling you not to remove children from homes, and they're telling you how poison this setting was.
Yeah. Tug, can you put my email address up on the screen? Can you type it in and put it up? Here, I'll type it in the private chat. Make a banner or something.
Yeah, give me a minute. Yeah, type it in the private, and
there you go. Actually, I'll put my email on the screen, and if you want the link, just email me and I'll send it to you.
That was wrong. I was like, wait a minute, I don't want to put that up there.
What did you?
I went to put something up, and it did something I didn't. I was like, what the hell is that? I was just trying to put an email address. I wasn't trying to put a whatever the heck it tried to put up there. There it goes. It added a stream link and everything. I was like, what is it doing?
Oh no.
Yeah, I was like, oh no. Let's see. Save that. All right. There.
Okay. And I spelled it all right. Yes, I did. Okay. All right. So if you just send me an email there, I will send you the link to join. You don't have to turn your camera on or anything. You can just have your icon up like we are, or you can turn it on if you want. Dang. It's just, this is brutal. And I guess my immediately my journalist mind, goes to, how did she manage to get away with this for so long?
I think the aliases come in. I think that I think this system itself is a system that is geared toward keeping things intact. That is a system that can fail you too. I mean, there's so many levels. First of all, getting anybody to listen is difficult. When they do finally listen, again, they aim for keeping something intact. I mean, there's just all of these levels where failure and aliases, all of that work that comes into play. I firmly believe you got an army of aliases. There's a lot
so
of
that's
them.
something important too, because everybody's saying, well, how, if the adoption was legal, how did she get through it? There must be background checks, and this should have come up. Court documents like this should have come up. If you've ever had children removed from you by the state, that would come up in a background check that an adoption agency would do. But if you have been married 7 times and you have a plethora of names to choose from, you can choose the one that isn't on the registry or that doesn't come up in the court documents, right? So that's how you bypass that, is using aliases. So that's my guess. That's my theory.
I want to note something with this too. So YouTube did demonetize this, and I'm not mentioning that for money. The reason I'm mentioning that is if you folks share this, so YouTube, if there's no monetary incentive, they're more likely not to put this everywhere. So again, this kind of information people wanted. This is the thing that people were saying, hey, is there something out there? Yeah, there's something out there. So I think that's important. So share it. Again, we already knew from the beginning that this wouldn't be something they would like. They discourage us from talking about things like this, and that's okay. I mean,
right.
I don't give a fuck about that part of it. The part I do care, again, I feel that if you cover this kind of stuff, people push your platforms and they let it get out there, and that's really what needs to happen. We cover light shit a lot of times, we laugh stuff, but I mean, when something important comes up, it has to come up. But for your part in there, if you would share that and promote, like, again, just get it in front of people that want to see that, because this, I have a feeling, will get buried in the algorithm otherwise.
Aussie Overlord sent they're rating us. Welcome, Aussie's rating.
Aussie.
Posse.
What's up, my man?
Tug, you can take my email down. She has contacted me. I sent her the link.
Right.
So we're good on that.
Okay.
Of course, I guess it could just be some random stranger, but
It could be. I mean,
it could be.
You'll be able to tell you've heard the voice and everything.
Yeah,
else,
we've heard her voice, so I think we can figure it out. Yeah, we're waiting for Ashley to get here. She'll be here when she can.
I'm lighting a cigar. I always mention that.
It's
People
not
are like,
a
"What are you lighting
bong."
up?" It's
Yeah.
a cigar.
Yeah. This is
It distresses me, when
I
I'm
know.
listening to this stuff.
I'm gonna keep playing this
and tell them where he was, and he would be paying on it, but by the time that he had been paying it, it racked up, so they put him in jail, which is so stupid to me. I do not understand that. I don't understand the child support system.
Nobody does, honey.
No.
Nobody. And that they put him in jail for not paying child support for his children that they allowed to be taken from him by someone who wasn't their biological mother is insane.
And wasn't fit to be that, and at that, what a fucking...
It's insane.
It blows my mind. Why are you going to put somebody in jail for not paying when they're trying to work to pay it? If they're in jail, they can't freaking pay it. Anyways, whole nother subject. So my dad would let me stay with her because he didn't want to go to jail. He wanted to keep, doing his stuff. He wanted to keep paying and trying to get that stuff rectified. Exactly. Can't pay child support if you're in jail. Duh. But I don't know why they thought of that. Anyways, that, and she is so very good at brainwashing. Before letting me talk to my dad, anytime that she would, if ever, she would be super nice, super duper nice, and we'd go do stuff together. We'd have a really good 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month, and then she'd let me talk to my dad. Oh, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here. No, Dad, I'm good. See it? Literally right after that conversation. What did you say? What did you do? What did you tell him? What did you tell him was going on here? What did you say? What did he say? What did you talk about? Is he coming here? Do you want to go back to live with him? Fine, go back to live with him. I don't care. No. Every time. It would change like that. And then I'd say, I want to call my dad back. I want to call my dad. No, you can't talk to him. You're not talking to him. So in my dad's mind, no, she wants to stay there. So she's very good at manipulation. Like if you think you have an inkling of an idea of how manipulative she is, you have no clue. No clue.
So
none.
This is very interesting too, because I get this feeling as well. I mean, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the judge really had no idea who Lynette was before she came in front of him. Mm-hmm. That's possible that he didn't know, or that he hadn't heard about this situation. I think we've seen with our own eyes how she manipulated him with her, show of emotion and all these grandiose things that she's saying, that all this these terrible things that Jeremy was doing to her allegedly. And we think we see through her, we see through it, but there is something obviously that she's very good at, because she has been using the system and manipulating people to believe what she is saying for years, for a very long time.
That
Manipulating
doesn't bode.
systems, names, these the financial, like, get disability and all of this stuff. This is all like, she's very good at it, I think.
I think it's the path of least resistance for a lot of these systems too. I think that, honestly, if I'm being blunt about it, I think that it's easy not to question or to go in and have to actually do a little bit of background. You believe a few tears and you believe the sob story that comes up, instead of actually going out and doing what's best for whomever's involved, including a child.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unbelievable to me.
I mean, when you look at, it's you were talking about the different, there's different cases, there's different systems. That is a systemic failure. That is a system-wide failure.
Yeah, a system-wide failure for sure. Like, how come this psychologist saw it in, in her case finally, and yet it didn't end up following Lynette anywhere. It didn't end up, impacting her, maybe because of the aliases, because of this manipulation that she's been able to do and hide from this for a long time. Yeah, I don't know.
They also with
oops, sorry.
No, you're fine. But also with some of this stuff, you have specific things that get someone classified as an offender, an abuser, and unfortunately, some things don't get you classified as that. So, some people do the base level investigation. Like I was saying, when first allegations came up, I looked in a registry to see what that is. Well, that's only going to cover certain types of abusers. That you have to do a little bit more. You have to dig more. You have to find out more about a person, and you have to assume you can't assume that they're telling the truth. That's the issue here too. I mean, this assumption that they're telling the truth about not just accusations, but in Lynette's case, that they don't have aliases. I mean, my God, if you're hiding all these, you just go and change your name and can do more fucked up things. That's crazy.
Right, I think I sent the wrong link. Hold on. I don't know how.
Can't even not boomer the links in. Oh my! I would actually laugh at that, but I almost boomered the StreamYard.
I don't know how
banner.
I sent the wrong thing. And you know what? It is coming up a weird link. What is this? But I'm copying it right from where you gave it to me.
I'll put it in I'll put it in the private chat. So
all right, yeah, put it there again, because it's not there. It is. Oh, there, I got it that time.
Okay,
that is so weird. So I copied it with a right click and it didn't work. I had to all right, never mind. I don't know, but I sent the right one, Ashley. That one will work. Good Lord. And you know what? When I pasted it into the email, I was like, that doesn't look right. But I just copied it literally from your Twitter DM. So God knows what I sent her.
Oh my God, no telling.
There is no telling what I sent her.
I would say, but when you put in a banner, all you do is copy in something and hit add banner and show it. And it messed up when I did it the first time. So I can't say very much.
Oh,
what is my problem?
Sorry. That is what my brain is screaming right now. But I've put the right link on. She should be here soon.
I needed that laugh.
Practices. She says the same thing to many different people so that she can weave that web through this group of people, and then they're going to weave that web through this group of people. So if it gets off just a little bit, she blames it on, oh, well, they misheard me. No, you lied. You told this person one thing. You told this person another thing. They lied. Because you lied. Anyway. Master manipulator. So in high school, get back to that. It got really bad. I was hiding bruises. Came home one day. I don't remember what we got in a fight about. All I know is that she was super mad. Super, super mad at me. Why is her over there and it's finally catching up to her? Right. Yes, absolutely. She's her on a game of telephone. Yeah, she really is. Hi, Plane. Came home one day and she was super mad at me for something. I don't remember what, but all I remember is a bunch of stuff being thrown at me. I think I laughed at her because I get mad when I get really mad. I laugh. Like when I'm fuming, I laugh. So I laughed because I was so mad. Thanks, Sam. Love your face. And I think at that point is when she lost it, and she grabbed me by the shoulders and pushed me into the pantry door. Hello, Kimmy. I gotta see if I can move this because I can't see my screen. She pushed me into the pantry door, and the doorknob hit me in the middle of my spine. And it wasn't a soft push. It wasn't a little shove. It was grab me by my shoulders and shove me into the pantry door. That doorknob hit me in the back of my spine, right in the middle of my spine. So I go to school, and of course, I had gym that week. And as everyone knows, in high school gym, what do you have to do? You have to change in front of all these other girls before you can go out to gym. You have to change into your gym clothes. So I'm sitting there, I'm changing, and one of my friends gets a look at my back. And she said, "Oh my God, Ashley, what happened to your back?" I said, "What do you mean?" She's like, "You have a softball-sized bruise on your spine, on your back, like this big. What happened?"
Hey,
Oh, I don't know. I think I ran into something. She's
I
like,
think she just showed up.
Okay. Oh, great.
I'm gonna add her.
Okay.
Ashley, you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
hear
Sorry
me?
about the bad link. Yes, we can hear you.
Megan
That's okay.
boomering a
Technology
link to
just
you.
me and technology do not get along. You can ask my husband. Anytime I try to set up anything on phones or anything that has to do with technology, I get super frustrated like within 5 minutes, and I want to throw things. So I was like, is it me or what's going on?
It was like a combination of both of us, probably. You know, one of the things that made me laugh and smile at your videos was your interaction with your chickens. I have chickens. Yeah, I've got chickens too. And like the way she talks to them is like the exact same way I do. In fact, there was one time where you said to your, I think it was the rooster. You were like, "What? Just stop picking on the babies." Oh my God, I say that all the time. Quit picking on the babies. God, they do it all the time. It drives me nuts. But yeah, you sound like you
Yeah,
have.
I
It
love
looks
my
like you have a
chickens.
peaceful. Looks like you have a peaceful place out there, wherever you are now, and chickens are great to have around, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they are definitely my babies. That's for sure.
So the thing that I started, my first really big question I had for you was about how did Lynette end up being able to take you from your dad when she wasn't related to you?
So she, as everyone knows, is very manipulative. So my dad actually paid child support for my older brothers to their moms. Lacey's not their mom, but she knew that he was behind on payments. So anytime that he would try to come and get me or say anything about talking to me, she would threaten to turn him in for back child support and get him thrown in jail. And she actually did that to anytime, like I think I was 10, my dad had come and got me, and next thing I know, my dad's in jail and she is picking me up. So yeah, it was,
Wow.
that
Did
was
she
one of her
actually go to,
tactics.
do you know if she went to court to get like guardianship of you?
She says that she did. My dad, however, says no, that he never signed any paperwork or anything. So I don't know if maybe he wrote a letter to allow her to do things on his behalf, or I don't know how all that works. It still confuses me to this day. Like the amount of things she had power over, she should not have had power over.
So interestingly enough, and this was in what state where she took you from?
Iowa.
Iowa.
We lived both in Iowa and Florida.
Iowa and Florida. All right, because there is apparently no statute of limitations on kidnapping unless, well, there are variations, but Iowa might be a different state. There's a lot of states where there's no statute of limitations on kidnapping. I wonder if that's something
I'm
you
looking
could
it up. I'm looking at what
complain
we're
about.
talking.
It looks like in Iowa, it says there are variations based on specific degree of offense. For kidnapping in the first degree, there is no statute of limitations on that. If there is serious injury, torture, or SA, which I think we could say serious injury applies. And second degree also, but that's with ransom, that has no statute of limitations. All other kidnappings fall under third degree class C felony, and the statute of limitations is not specified. So I don't know if this is something that interests you, but if you do believe there might have been a illegal taking of you and your sister, you might ask law enforcement if that's something, if you were interested in that.
So my sister is her biological daughter. I still talk to her. She's been my sister since I was little, and we have a great relationship. She was wronged by Lynette as well in many ways. But she was allowed to take her, but it was just me that she somehow manipulatively got. I don't know how else to put it. But yeah, it's
wow. That's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable, like, Ashley. I'm really, really sorry.
When I got sent that report from my therapist, I didn't know that it existed. For all these years, I had no idea that existed, because to me, as a child/teenager, living through that, it was like nobody cared, and nobody was doing anything to help me. Sorry.
Please.
So when I saw that, I completely broke. Like, I sobbed for hours, because not only the fact of knowing realizing other people saw what was going on and they were trying to help me, but also the fact of knowing how little she actually cared was not, I don't want to say it broke my heart but it kind of did. It broke my childhood heart, if that makes sense.
It does.
Because here's this person that I gave literally everything to, that I stood up for, that I loved for all these years, and then to read that and to see how little I meant to her then, as well as how little I meant to her just throughout my whole life, just completely broke any heart of that child that I was. Like, yeah, it's, and all these people that don't know her, that are standing behind her and saying, oh, that's not true. I'm sorry. How are you going to look at literal proof, a legal document, and tell me that I'm lying? How are you going to watch my videos of me literally breaking down, reliving all of this crap? I will try to keep my language to a minimum.
Yeah, your language here
Your
you
language,
can say anything.
yeah.
Yeah,
You can
here
say anything you
I say
want.
plenty. I say plenty, so you are welcome to say
I
whatever.
know that people have criticized you for using like the F word in your videos, and I think that's crazy. And I think anyone who has anything to say critical of you needs to shut up and sit down and open their ears, shut their mouth, and listen. And a few F words isn't going to harm anyone. And if you feel like saying the word fuck, please do, because it's
I'll say it for fuck. There, now you say
there
whatever
you
you
go.
want.
Fuckity fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, we don't care about that. And if you need to express yourself, you can do it however you like. We like curse words here, and no one is going to get on your case about it. That I did though see in the chat there were people who were saying, or I actually got an email from someone who's watching to say that the people who have been supporting Lynette are claiming that you wrote a letter of recommendation for Lynette when she wanted to adopt the baby. I don't know if that's true. I'm just asking about that. And
So again, and I went over this in my videos as well, and I have said it, I don't know how many times, that letter was not for adoption. So when Lacey told me that she was taking care of this girl that was pregnant, that she was on drugs, that she was trying to get her clean, and that she was gonna try and get the baby so that, because the mom was trying to abort her, and I am 100% against abortion. I do not apologize for that at all. But she, she pulled at every heartstring for that baby of mine, or of mine for that baby, that I wrote a recommendation for guardianship. Now, she likes to claim that in that letter that I sang her praises and yada, yada, yada. I purposely and methodically wrote that letter probably about 10 times just so that I did not put in there that she was a good mom, or that she was a good mom to me, or anything like that, because of the fact that she was not. I was not under the impression that she was going to try and adopt the baby. As far as my knowledge, she was just going to take her until the grandmother could take her. So, no, I did not write a recommendation letter for adoption, because I definitely would not have done that.
well, it's understandable anyway that someone who, even someone who abuses you and who treats you terribly, like you have said, you had feelings for her, you loved her as a mother, and it is not unheard of for people who are in your situation to still continue to try and get their approval and love. even when you think
Right.
you can't get it. So they're good at talking you into doing things and, you know, vouching for them or whatever. And that's completely understandable. And that is,
Mhm.
if that's what some people are using to say that that you are not telling the truth, it's outrageous. That's an outrageous claim, and it should be dismissed immediately, because we have
Right.
seen the records. We have seen your psychologist report. And I am just so sorry that this has happened to you. I did not get through the end of the second video or the third, so I had not heard that story. So I'm sorry that you had to repeat it again.
Oh, well,
But
and
yeah,
I can't remember if it was on my Mama of Boys page, or I also have another one, because she knows my Mama of Boys page, but she doesn't know my other one. So I was trying to get my story out there without her stalking me and sending people to comment on them. But yeah, so I don't remember which page they got put on.
She's gonna have a little more problem about commenting here or anything, because fuck her. I mean, really, I don't care. I mean, she can comment all she
Yeah.
wants. She can try to drive traffic here, but fuck her. She's not gonna silence you on that.
yeah. Your sister, who I think, is that Samantha?
So I have Samantha is my sister from my biological mom. My other sister is Lindsay, which is Lacey's youngest daughter.
Okay. All right. Is she, and you still are real close with her?
Yes.
That's interesting. So, oh, whoops. There she is. She's back. Okay. So do any of Lynette's children, I don't know how many children Lynette has, or do any of them still have relationships with her?
No. She has 2 daughters, and neither one of them talk to her.
Wow. That's not surprising, I guess, knowing what we know.
Yeah. They were a lot quicker to see her bullshit and call her out on it than I was, unfortunately.
What do you think about seeing that the document that talks about all of that? I mean, it was very strong. Like I said, this is my background for mental health, and that is the strongest worded document I've ever seen given to a court there. Do you think it only talks about one incident there, though? I mean, do you feel like you had advocates after, like you went in and talked about what? Go ahead.
So, and that's the thing, that one document states one incident. If everybody in the chat can just imagine that for a second, and that wasn't even the worst, not even close to the worst of what I went through. Just imagine for a second, the balls of this woman to speak to her quote unquote child in front of people like that. Imagine what was done behind doors.
Yeah.
So for me, it, like I said, it broke my heart reading that. But then again, I went through so much worse. And so it was kind of validating for me, to know that people were actually paying attention. And after that incident, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, after that incident is when we had the in-home worker. And at first, I didn't like him because he bought into all her bullshit, like automatically. We met him the first time at a Subway, and while we were sitting there waiting for him, she was yelling and screaming at me and calling me every name in the book. And then as soon as he walked through the door, she completely did a 360 and was like, "Oh, hi. We've been sitting here waiting for you," and blah, 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 nicey, nicey. And then I don't remember how long he was involved. I do remember when I got taken. I had gotten off the bus, and it had to have been, I don't remember if it was around Halloween time or what the reason was, but our bus driver was handing out candy for everyone, which is something that he always did for everybody. He would just randomly give us candy. He was cool. But I had gotten some candy from him, and I got off the bus and I walked in the door, and I don't know why I didn't hide it, because I knew what was going to happen if she saw it, but I didn't hide the fact that I had candy in my hand. So I walked in the door, and she saw that I had candy in my hand, and she completely lost her mind. Accused me of stealing it. Where I would have stolen it from, I literally just got out of school. But accused me of stealing it, was yelling and screaming at me, just completely going off. Well, she didn't know that the in-home worker was literally on the outside of the front door, and he was listening to everything. He waited to knock because he wanted to hear what was going on. Finally, I guess he had heard enough. He knocked on the door, and of course she went from yelling and screaming to, "Oh, hi, we weren't expecting you today." And he just told her, "Nope, I heard it all. I'm not talking to you." He looked around her, looked at me and said, "Grab your stuff and let's go." So I literally grabbed a armful of clothes, and I stuffed them in the bag. She tore the bag from my hands, so I picked up what I could off the floor, and I walked out the door. And then we drove around for 2 hours because he had nowhere for me to go. Finally found a foster home that had a space for me, and that was that.
Wow. This is so. And how old were you at the time?
Oh, let's see. I was 14, 15, maybe.
Oh my God. What a trial. What a trial at that age. I have a 14-year-old. It is so hard to be 14, even when you have a loving, supportive home. It is so hard to be a 14-year-old girl. I cannot imagine what you've been through. I cannot imagine this. This is hideous, and it should never have happened. You should have been given all the love and support that all 14-year-olds deserve. And this is just, it's impossible to imagine. And I'm sure that you are telling your story not for no reason, and not just to say it, but because there's another child who could suffer the same experiences, and maybe already is.
Right. And I would hope that because she looks at Harley as her own, that she wouldn't put her through any of what I went through, but I highly doubt it. It's just the way she is. I mean, we've seen in videos that she yells at Harley. I mean, leaves her sit in a car for hours on end. That's not motherly. When that Fish and Game officer went out there and she was talking about the nails and the glass and Harley being barefoot running around. I'm like, are you literally insane? And then I thought about, oh wait, yes, you are insane. You don't think about things like these. Like, I was sick to my stomach watching that video because of the fact that I know what Harley is going through. And it kills me.
Did you see anything when you were watching those videos? Did you see anything about the way that the living conditions are that you recognized? What was it? Has Lynette's living conditions gotten worse since you were with her, or is this something, the way she lives, like in the trash and the, nothing, everything is a wreck? Is that new, or is this how she's always been?
Oh no, that's normal. Except now she doesn't have children to clean it for her. So it's, yeah. I mean, I would not want to see what the inside of her shed looks like. It's probably disgusting.
Tug, you got any questions?
Yeah, how many years were you in that situation? I'm curious. Like, at what age did that start, and what age did it end?
Like I said in my video, I don't know when it changed. My best guess would be probably when I was able to really think for myself and kind of come into my own person. I mean, I remember 10-ish, we were constantly fighting. And I wanted out of there all the time, but I don't remember if it was any earlier than that it changed, or if it was around 10 that it started getting bad. But pretty much as soon as I became my own person, I would think is when it really started, because I wasn't just blindly doing whatever she wanted me to do.
So the chat is very insistent that your sister Samantha, she would like to join. Would you like to have her join you? Will that help? I'm totally okay if you wanted to continue, and just let you talk. It's up to you.
No, that's fine with me. You can put her in. Okay.
Do you want to just forward her the link that I sent you? It's the same one will work for her.
Yeah.
Or do you want me to do it? I just have to. I would have to have her give me or send me an email.
Yeah, it might be easier for you to do it, because I'm on my phone and it will probably kick me.
Okay, sure. So, Tug, do you mind putting my email back up on the screen for Samantha?
Yeah, give me a second. It'll take me a minute. I'm a boomer here. Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I keep seeing people say, please don't use the child's name. Lacey puts her name on everything that she does. Everything. So the fact that she has made her name public, it's kind of a free-for-all now. You know what I mean? I agree with, not blasting it for views or whatever like that. I completely understand that, and I agree. However, when I'm talking about my story, about Lacey or whatever else, I'm not going to censor myself because somebody doesn't like the fact that I used the kid's name. Lacey puts it out there for people she has never met before and asks them for money for her. And she has multiple Facebook pages with Harley's name on the top of the page. She has multiple GoFundMe pages with Harley's name on the page. So the fact that she, as her quote unquote parent, has put that name out there, it is pretty much a free for all. So, I mean, sorry, that just irritates me.
No, I agree with you that it is irritating, and it's a name is not everyone already knows because like everything in this case, Lynette put it out there first.
Yeah, exactly.
Like everything, like the poop bucket in the shed. That wasn't, Jeremy didn't sneak over to her property and take that picture. She posted it herself. Everything that she has complained about that people are saying, including the abuse claims. And in fact, I promised that I would show this video that I have that shows Lynette, in her own words, saying that there has been abuse from the man she is sharing property with, John Cook. And it's in her own words. So, Tug, I'm going to share this, but don't put it up on the screen yet because I got to make it big.
Okay.
All right. When you see that it's big, you can put it up.
All right. I'm going to pull your banner down for a minute so we can see it. Right. You ready? You good? Yes. Then it looks like it's big. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Ex-spouse that I share my land and stuff with, they know his abuse towards me, verbally, emotionally. Not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing. She also said it in court that he is abusive, and so she's staying on property with a child with an abusive man. By her own admission, she's saying he's abusive. She's trying to deflect the abuse, that it's not coming from her, it's coming from him or whatever. But that's another red flag that the social services have not taken seriously. These are videos that she put on social media from her own. Nobody went in there and forced her to say that.
Right.
Well, I noticed in the notes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the abuse goes both ways. That's what people aren't getting as well. John is not any better. However, to make it known, she yells and screams at him all day. He yells and screams at her all day. It's a back and forth thing. They're abusive to each other. So the fact that she's saying, "Oh, he's abusive to me. Oh, boo-hoo. Cry some more." She's abusive to him as well. And that's what Harley's living in. Just yelling and screaming and cursing at each other and calling each other names all day long. So I just laugh anytime that she says, "Oh, he's abusive to me." I mean, what goes around comes around.
And you know John Cook? You've had have you had experience with him?
Yes.
Would you say that he is a safe person around a child?
That's hard because when I lived with them in Florida, I was there with my oldest son when he was 2, and I actually left because of their fighting. John, however, was very good towards my son. He loved having him around. He would take him out and play. He would take him swimming or, play with him in the living room, watch TV shows with him. He would do all kinds of stuff with my son. Would I leave him alone with my son now? Probably not. Probably
well,
not.
It's good to hear, though, that at least that he may not be an extra danger anyway. But that the situation that we've seen and from what I just can't understand why social services hasn't at least stated a safety plan, and I just don't understand it. I don't understand why they do the things they do, and I just want to say thanks for coming out and telling your story, because there's always this, especially when the authorities aren't doing anything, there's always this idea that, oh, maybe this is all being made up and this is not real. And what we're seeing, it feels like we're being gaslit, So it's just important that you have done this, and I just appreciate it. And I know how hard it is. So just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah, it took me a while to get the nerve to even make the first video, let alone the rest of them, because of the fact that not only was I reliving a lifetime of trauma, but because of the fact that I knew that if I put my story out there, she would retaliate, and she did. She claimed that posting pictures of my kids, stating, why would she leave her kids with me if I was such a bad mom? First of all, I never left my children with her ever. We went and, that's a lie. Let me correct myself. My oldest son did go and stay with her for 2 weeks. When he was younger, I can't remember why. It might have been around the time that my middle son was born, if I'm thinking correctly. But yes, I did allow my son to go down there to play on the beach and stuff when I was not able to. He stayed for 2 weeks and then he came back. And that was it. Like, never again was she ever left with my children. She came to visit maybe once, twice. And anytime she was around my kids, she always made sure that she took pictures. Well, those are the pictures that she was sharing, saying, oh, well, if I was such a bad mom, then why did she... No. You took pictures when we came to see you, or when you came to see us one time. And that was, let's see, 8+ years ago. She met my stepdaughter once, and she has never met my youngest. My middle son doesn't know who she is. My oldest doesn't even know who she is. I say the name Lacey, and he's like, who? So she keeps claiming, oh, I had a great relationship. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Anytime she called, it wasn't to talk to me or my kids. It was to bitch about her kids and her grandkids. And never once did she call to ask how my kids were. Never sent a birthday card for my kids. Never sent presents for my kids. Never anything. Yet she would always have presents for her other grandkids. She would always have cards for her other grandkids, even though she wasn't allowed to see them. So,
how did you discover the Hales channel, that they were talking about this? How did you find that out? And what was that like when you discovered that there was someone almost telling your story about another child?
I found out from someone that watches their page. I don't remember how she found me. But she messaged me, and at first I felt bad afterwards. At first I was like, she said something along the lines of, do you know Lacey or Lynette or Michelle? And I was like, I want nothing to do with that woman. I want nothing. I went off, and I felt really bad afterwards because she turned out to be a very sweet lady that was just trying to let me know that they were going after her. I was like, I am so sorry.
That must have felt really interesting, and maybe, how did it feel to find out there was someone standing up to her and calling out what you knew to be true?
I was ecstatic. Like, I cannot even describe the feeling that I had. I was laughing uncontrollably. I was smiling for the next few days. Like, it was a great feeling to know that somebody else was going after her and that something may be being done about all of her lies and manipulations and everything. It was a great feeling.
Mm.
And I was surprised.
What is it? How do you react when you see the criticism from some of the people saying that Jeremy he's doing this for clicks and he's doing this to make money?
I mean, how are people that are how do I say this? I pretty much just don't listen or pay attention to those comments, because if you could make videos, like, I'm talking to anyone in the chat that may have said this, if you could make videos, okay, about literally anything and get paid to do it, would you? If you could sit at home and just share your life and get paid to do that, wouldn't you do that? I would. I 100% would. Instead of having to go to a job that I hate, that I am underappreciated, that I work way too much, and I don't get enough time with my kids. If I could stay at home with my kids 24/7 and get paid to do that, I would 100% do that. So if he is getting paid, who fucking cares?
Exactly.
Honestly, who fucking cares? It is his life. He is sharing his life. That's not for anybody to discredit or say, you can't do that. It's his fucking life. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. 100%.
I agree. It's interesting to me to watch the criticism, and it's just, I haven't seen any of it that has rung true at all. I've listened, I've heard what people sent me, I watched their little videos that they made, and there's just nothing there except some jealousy and resentment that someone else is successful. And I think that has a lot to do with the some of the hatred directed towards him, and that's unfortunate. But right. It's interesting, and I'm so happy that you've connected with him and that you're corroborating what he's been saying, because I'm sure he feels like he's in a horror movie, and like he's in the Twilight Zone, where everything he's saying he knows is true, and everyone around him, no one is believing him, and that's a really bad place to be. It's a really bad spot to be in.
Right.
So I'm thrilled that this is getting more of a wider audience, and people are paying attention, and now people are paying attention to you and what you've been through. And I hope that it's mostly positive. I hope that the responses that you're getting are mostly positive. I noticed there was that moment during your second video where Lynette had sent people to your stream, or she was there, and you just kept going. And I just, that was so amazing to me that you could do that. And you called it out. You said, she's still stalking me. And here we have Jeremy saying she's stalking me. And there's like evidence everywhere of it. She's stalking you, stalking him. This is like obviously a pattern, right?
Yeah. Well,
also,
and go ahead.
I had a question with the documentation. It mentioned 22-year-old man, and it said that she gives her attention or affection, to other men, not her kids, like yourself. Do you think you see that in the current situation too?
Oh yeah, 100%. It's never about the kids, because especially, well, even her biological kids, it was always about money. We were just a meal ticket. I mean, especially me, because she got money for having me.
Yeah, that statement of $450, that rung I was like, good Lord, man. When an outside observer actually says that they had the audacity to say that around someone else, that's so horrible.
That was pretty shocking. Did you ever witness any drug use during your time with her? Either by, I know the report said that her boyfriend at the time was smoking marijuana. Was there anything else going on that you witnessed?
Not that I witnessed. It was, as far as I know, it was just him smoking marijuana.
It's very, I just can't even imagine what it feels like to have lived through this. And then one day this is just blown up and now everyone is talking about your life. You know, everyone's talking about this woman that was like your, you know, was this you called her your step monster.
Mhm.
That has to feel a little surreal. How are you? Is it hard for you? Are you watching? Are you following the news coverage that's going on, or is that difficult?
I watch when I can. Sorry, the $400 hit me.
Yeah.
Just realizing that that's what I was worth to her for all those years. Just sucks. But yeah, it's I try to watch as much as I can. I like I said, I work a lot, so by the time I get home, I gotta cook dinner for the kids, and by that time, I am so mentally and physically exhausted that I can't even think about anything else. But yeah, I watch when I can, and I try to keep up with most of it, but it's hard. It's hard to watch a lot of it.
We've had a Samantha ad as well. I'm going to add her in. Hello, Samantha. You're muted, by the way.
You just have to click the little. There you
Hello.
go.
Hello,
Hi.
we can hear you.
Hi. Hi, sister.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
What can you tell us about your experience with Lynette and this situation?
Oh, sorry. I've got like two different things going on here. Hold on.
You're fine. I hear kids say, man, we all live that experience. So we're right there.
Like a third hip, okay? You're just going to hear it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. When I mute out a little bit, that's me. I've got a 4-year-old that
I don't know how to
You're
do
good.
all that, but
You're totally no, you're good. You're fine.
well, was Ashley still talking? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt her.
No,
you're fine.
No, you popped in at just a great time. You know, it's interesting to hear from another perspective too, as you know, you've been, I guess, a witness to some of this, and it would be interesting and helpful to hear how you saw it.
Yeah, so my dad was married to Lacey for about 10 years. From the time I was, I think, 18 months up until about 5th grade. So what's that, like 11 or so? And I mean, she was a stripper. Obviously, we all know that. And she drank a lot. And so the fighting in the house was often. I mean, my dad was gone. Yes, Mila, I'm sorry. My dad was gone working a lot. So when she was home, it was just really chaotic. And, I'm sorry, when she was home alone, it was really chaotic. When he got home, it usually calmed down after they had their big blowout of some sort, whatever that may be. But I mean, constantly she's throwing things across the room and screaming. I mean, screaming is like her second nature, first nature. I don't know. She just screams. But I didn't personally have any physical abuse from her because I'm assuming it was because I was the baby out of the family, because I lived with it was me, and then Lindsay, her biological daughter, and then my brother Tommy, and then Michelle, her oldest daughter. And I was the baby out of the family, so I didn't really get too much of the physical abuse. It was more a manipulation type thing. So being that my dad got with her when I was so young, I saw her as my mom. I mean, that's all I knew at that point. I mean, I didn't know anybody else as my mom. So, you know, throughout the years, it was chaotic, of course, like I said. But then when it came time for when my dad decided he wanted to divorce, and I couldn't see her all the time. Of course, I was like, you know, devastated, but it was for a good cause. Now I see that. But she still continued to try to sneak around and see me through, like if I went to my friend's house, she would contact them and say, meet me up the street. Or she would drive up and down our street and see if I was outside. Like she would just basically stalking like she does now. I mean, let's be honest. But at the point in time, I didn't see anything wrong with it. So I just continued to do it and keep a secret from my dad that way. But I mean, now I feel like, why the heck was I doing that? I was dumb. Like she's crazy. So she did all that. And then my dad found out that she was sneaking around trying to see me. And so he basically told me, like, you are not to see her anymore. You cannot, she is not allowed to be by you. You know, she can't talk to you. She can't see you. She can't, nothing. And I kind of was upset about that because I didn't understand at the time. I was a young kid. I mean, I didn't understand the whole aspect of it. But once he did that, it wasn't long after that she got Ashley. And I started hearing, you know, things about what was going on there. And then I was like, wow, this is nuts. Like, what is happening? She not only, so my dad divorced her, which is me and Ashley's mom, you know, me and Ashley's mom. She married my dad. And then my mom married Bill. Ashley's mom married Bill. She went and snuck in there and she married Bill. And then
Lacey snuck in and married my dad, Bill.
Yeah, so Lacey married our mom's, two of our mom's husbands, okay? After the fact.
Yeah, I think I'm keeping up. I think I'm keeping up. It's
yeah, so it's kind of like a Jerry
tangled
Springer
web.
show. But, I mean, it's real life though.
Let
married,
me clarify something real quick. So you all call her Lacey, which is interesting, and then you said something that really triggered something. You said that her children's names are Michelle, and there was another one,
Lindsay.
Is she using her children's names? Is her name actually Michelle? Does she have are those
her
all
name
the names?
is Lynette. Her actual given birth name is Lynette Michelle Alexis.
Lacey Alexis.
But then,
that's really her given name has all those names, or
no, those are all the names that she acquired over the years. Her actual birth name, I believe, was Lynette Michelle. And then she tacked on all of those others.
Okay. All right.
And then she named her daughter Michelle. And then used her daughter's name. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. If she
and then you just put on like 17,000 different last names and then you got it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then so when Lacey took Ashley away from Ashley's dad, where were you?
I was with my dad the whole time. I mean, there was a couple times where, there was one time where Lacey convinced me to say that my dad hit me, so that I could go with her, but it didn't work out that way. So she told me to call the police and say that he hit me, which he didn't. He was scolding me, and then he tapped me in the chest. And when she heard that, he jabbed me in the chest, basically. And so, of course, as a child, I was like going with it because I'm like, yeah, he was being mean to me, like. But I didn't know that she would take it to the extent that she did. So then the police were called, and they took me. And then they were like, well, Tom, where is somewhere she can go? And so then he said, take her to my mom's, which I spent a lot of time at my grandma's. He was like, take her to my mom's. And so I went to my grandma's house, and she was mad because they didn't let me go with her. And then when I was at my grandma's, I told my grandma, I was like, hey, this didn't, like, he didn't hurt me. It was just, it was literally, he was just mad. And we were having like an argument, and I was probably, I don't know, 13 at the time. And I said, I just really want to go home. And so the next day we contacted the people, and they were like, that's fine. She can go back home if she feels safe or whatever. So I went home, and she was just ticked off that they didn't let her take me, which is probably what she was trying to do, because she was going to try to keep me, which thankfully that didn't happen. But I mean, that's just one of the things, like, it's just that manipulation part of her. Like, she just takes things and she turns it into something it's completely not. And then, I mean, she's accused how many people of sexually abusing someone, like personally, Megan, or what is it, Tug, Megan or Tug? How many people do you personally know that has been convicted of sexually abusing someone that's not involved in your work?
Oh, no one.
Okay. Not involved in work.
Not involved in my work. Yeah,
I know you guys are both either in, therapy or journalism.
Right.
So
the ones who are involved, there's plenty involved in the work, but very few. I don't have any in my personal life that I know of. Convicted? No.
No, I don't.
So
I don't have any.
Convicted. Okay, I should say convicted or accused of, because I guess all the ones that she has said haven't been convicted of it. I don't even know if any of them have. Well, I'm sorry, one of them have. Our mother, I guess. That was the whole thing.
I know one person who was accused falsely of a essay that never went anywhere. He wasn't convicted. One person in my personal life. Yeah, just one.
Yeah, and she claims that, I don't know, I could probably say at least 10 people that she said has done something to somebody. Like, that's her go-to. It's her way of getting what she wants, and it's really sickening to me. Where'd Ashley go?
I don't know. I think she just dropped out. I don't know if her phone went dead or if.
I see her back in again. Here you go. Sorry.
Okay.
Actually, I was about to call you.
No, sometimes when it hiccups like that, I get a little bell that comes on. It says ding, and I pay attention. But if someone drops, I don't, like, we're just talking like this. Sometimes I'm not looking straight at it, so I don't hear it.
What about you, Tug? Do you know personally?
Yeah, I've known a couple. I've known falsely accused, and there are a couple. But I mean, 10. Lord, that go-to. Here's the question: does the go-to work every time?
Sorry, there's a bunch of noise going on all of a sudden. Okay. All of you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Not you guys, then. Children.
Yeah, I was just wondering. You said 10 people. That she's accused. Has that worked for her almost every time now?
It works for her for that, like through them, I wouldn't say that she's actually reported them, but she threatens them. And because she is her, they know that she is a very manipulative person and she will cause harm in their life. So people will do what she wants because she says, oh, well, if you don't do this, I'm going to tell CPS that you did this. And they literally will back off because they know that she is a very manipulative person. And I don't know where the hell she pulls out all of this crap out of her ass, clearly, but she makes it believable. And so people get scared. They're like, I didn't do anything, but, and I'm not saying that none of them have done anything.
Sure.
And I'm not talking about Ashley's dad or my dad. I'm talking about other people that have been in her life. I'm not saying they haven't done anything, but she will use it to get what she wants.
Well, this is a pattern.
She tried it with my dad. It didn't work.
This is a pattern another pattern of hers, because she's, accused Jeremy of things that he has not done.
Exactly. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, definitely. No doubt.
Yeah, his new lawsuit says that he's accusing her of extortion, which is what it sounds like. This is like a pattern for her to use threats of something, to come after you if you don't give her way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What
she does. I mean,
terrible way to live.
She will literally tell them that directly. Like, like Ashley's dad, she framed him. She didn't. And it wasn't just, I'm going to get you for child support. It was, I'm going to tell them that you did this to my daughter, or you did. It was more than that. It was not just, I'm going to get you for child support. It was, I'm going to tell them that you did this to my daughter. And then, of course, he's like, well, I have a business. I have a life. Like, I'm not trying to get, accused of this. And then what? Like, I mean, it's hard. It's a hard balance, I think, to decide if you want to live the rest of your life as that label, or do you want to, like, I don't know. I guess I don't know what it would be like to be in that situation, to be honest.
Has she ever tried to come after either one of you with accusations or retaliation in any way?
She doesn't have the balls to come after me. Plain and simple. She does not have the balls to come after me.
No, so me and her, the last conversation I had with her, she really pissed me off. Like, really pissed me off. And it was in her message, it was like, this person's a molester, or what? Am I supposed to say that word?
It's fine. We're demonetized anyway. Say whatever you want.
Yeah, for real. We're good.
This person's a molester. This person's a molester. This person's a molester. And finally I said, it's so weird that one individual can know about all of these people that are supposedly molesters. I said, so are you sure you're not the molester? And she lost her shit on me. And I was like, wow, that's crazy that you got so defensive. I'm like, so is it you then? Are you the one that's doing it and you're just blaming it on other people? Or are you just making this up because it raises red flags for CPS and that they have to investigate it and it's going to be like a whole ordeal? She cussed me out.
Well, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing that gets me is the things that she comes up with that people are supposedly doing to their kids or to other people's kids is so unbelievably, ungodly, disgusting that I don't know. Her brain just lives somewhere very fucking dark for her to be able to think of things like that. Like, it's gross. So why does her brain live in that? Why is that the first thing that she thinks of when she wants to get at somebody. Like, what joy does it give her to accuse somebody of that disgusting shit? Like, I don't understand it.
It comes from her mother, to be honest.
Her mother, I heard you talk about her mother, Ashley, in your video. You said that she came from an abusive background. What do you mean it came from her mother?
Her mother was an abusive parent, and she also had been diagnosed with Munchausen by proxy, as well as Lacey had been diagnosed with that. We haven't yet found the records, but we're looking for them. But she has been diagnosed with that. And her mom had numerous times tried to take all four of us, as in me, Lindsay, my brother Tommy, and Michelle, from my dad and Lacey. Her mom tried to take us numerous times. She didn't succeed, obviously, but it was all crazy stuff. Like they were hanging us from our ankles from the door, and they were putting us in the closet, and they were, I mean, just ridiculous things that, like, who would even say that? Yes, ma'am. Go have Daddy fix that, please. Thank you. Just ridiculous accusations that, like, okay, if you're hanging someone from a door, obviously their blood's going to go all the way to their head, and there's going to be issues. Okay, it's not just you're hanging them from the door. So her mom did that numerous times, which brings me to the next thing, because I was talking to my dad recently about all of this, because he's kind of entertained by it as well, because Lacey's being attacked, obviously. Anyway, I was talking to him about it, and he said that when I would have been like 4 or 5 years old, I believe, him and Lacey decided to take a little, like, couples vacation, kind of get away from the kids type thing. And Lacey's mom, Marcia, sorry, I can't, I had to, like, emphasize her name, Marcia, because she's just, anyway. Anyway, Marcia said, oh, sure, I'll take the kids for you. So she did, but then she didn't want to give the kids back. So they went on their little, couples vacation to get away, and then went to go get the kids. And she had us, my dad said she had us hidden in an underground organization. And I was like, what does that mean? And he goes, there was literally an organization that Marcia was involved in that had children that had been taken from their parents, and they were hidden in this underground organization. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that's like sex trafficking. And he's like, no, it wasn't sex trafficking.
Was it yours?
And so I was like, are you sure that's not what it was? Because then I started worrying, of course. But so of course I started worrying. I'm like, who's watching us down there? What's going on down there? The questions start going in my head. And he's like, no, it's not. It wasn't like that. It was like they were just trying to get kids from their parents, basically, for whatever reason. I don't know. But he said that she literally said, Mila, hey, turn that down. But he literally said it was an underground organization. So anyway, they got us back eventually. I think he said it was like 2 weeks they had to fight the courts to make Marcia give us back to them, which she still refused. And basically they said, you go get those kids right now or you're going to jail, basically. And so she went and got us and brought us back. And I was like, are you sure it wasn't at her house? And he said, no, it wasn't at her house because we had been there and tried to get you guys and you guys weren't there. And I'm like, I'm still thinking about it, honestly. I'm just still like, an underground organization, this freaks me out, okay? I don't like it. So her mom's a nut job, and yeah, that's where she gets it from, is her mother. And her sister is a pastor's wife, and she's not any better. So
I was about to say she's not any better.
Well, ladies, I really appreciate that you have been so brave to come and tell your stories. And I hope that we can stay in touch and continue talking about this and hopefully get some answers. If there's anything else that you want to add or share, I'm going to have to get going here myself because I have to give my daughter's room back to her. We share a room for my office and her room, and she wants to go to bed here soon. So I'm going to have to give her space back. But is there anything else that you want to share before we say goodnight?
For me, I just want to let you guys know, and Jeremy, and really everybody, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the love and support that I have gotten. It is, and this is not saying anything bad about mine and Samantha's mom. I love our mom more than anything, but she wasn't there for my whole life. So not only having, granted, these are people that I've never met before in my life ever, but seeing how many people are sending me love and saying they believe me and they love me and they're here for me, like that is huge for me. To know that I actually have people that are listening to what I went through and knowing that, that I'm not just blowing smoke out of my ass, that I legit went through all of this, and it is very traumatizing, reliving all of it. And the fact that it took me a long time to get to the point where I'm at, to be able to share everything that I went through, just to have everybody just saying, we love you, we support you, we believe you. That is huge for me. So I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone, for that. So.
And we do believe you, and I know that I will be here if you do need anything. Please stay in touch. I know Tug is here for you as well. Mm-hmm. If there is any retaliation, please do let us know, and we will make sure that doesn't get done in the darkness. Samantha, did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we say goodnight?
Yeah, a couple things. And that was one thing that I was worried about for Ashley is retaliation, because obviously Lacey is not going to be happy if something goes the opposite of what she wants it to, whether she gets Harley taken from her or she loses this court battle or whatever it is. If Ashley helps in any way, shape, or form in the legal system, documented, she's not going to be happy. And I kind of talked her into some things, and I just want to make sure that people are behind her, because she did go through a lot. When I read that freaking report, oh my God, I wanted to drive to Florida myself and go toe to toe with that freaking bitch. I was like, okay. If I would have known that all of this was happening, I mean, I was an adult by the time Ashley was 13, 14 years old. I would have been there. Like, I didn't know that all of this was happening, and I just felt horrible. And like, she could have come and lived with me. I would have been like, let's go. We're leaving. But I mean, it's just like, it's unbelievable. And I don't want Ashley to feel uncomfortable or scared or worried that Lacey's going to come after her and her children because she's a great mom and she has overcome so much. And I just want people to realize that, like, no matter, you know, the jokes that go along with it, you know, the Lionette and the this and that, like, she's a literal freaking evil witch. Like, she's nothing that you've probably ever come across, and it is real life. And yeah, so I do thank Jeremy and George for exposing her, because obviously they had the means to do that. We don't really have the means to do that. We've told people about it, but I mean, what are they going to do? Nothing. So, but I also do want to say, I've seen more than once, and now about my dad and Ashley's dad, and people are saying, you know, sounds like a great dad, you know, because they did this or that. Well, Lacey is a manipulator. She is very good at it. And I don't blame my dad one bit for staying with Lacey as long as he did. He was in the military. He was gone half of the time. Ashley's dad didn't stay as long as my dad, but his decisions were based on the manipulation, and I don't blame him for the decisions he made either, and I'm sure Ashley doesn't. And Ashley and her dad have a great relationship, and me and my dad have a great relationship. So let's keep the dad bashing to a minimum, please.
I agree with that. We're not blaming anybody for being, you know, another victim in this, and that's the way you have to view the dads in this case as well, because we know that what she's, you know, we've seen what she's capable of, and we're not going to be blaming other victims either. So
right, because not only was Ashley a victim, her dad was a victim of her too. And I mean, I could say I'm a victim of her, but I really just want to, like, get in a boxing match with her is all. You know?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I was as a child, but now I'm like, okay, come in person and we're going to find out something different. Because literally, if I saw her in person right now, I'm not really sure what I would do, to be honest.
Well, and that's the other thing is, I think Lacey, sorry, real quick. I think Lacey still views me as that scared little girl, and I hope that this gets back to her, because maybe she'll realize that I am not that terrified little girl that she used to beat and abuse and yell at and scream at all day. I am a grown woman. I can think for myself, and I will protect myself and my children at all costs. So she needs to learn that lesson real quick.
Well, that is an excellent message.
We do. We appreciate everything from Jeremy to George to the DUI guy to Megan and Tug. It's great. You guys are exposing someone that has been, like, just skating through the system for years and years and years, and it has been sickening. And you guys are, like, blasting her all over, and I just sit back with popcorn like, this is amazing. It is.
I bet it feels really good to see, you know, some vindication and like, oh my God, other people see it too.
Yeah.
I just hope she's shitting herself right now. That's all. I just hope she's shitting her pants.
She should be. I mean, she's, you know.
Well, she's shitting in a bucket. We know that for sure.
Maybe she'll compost those pants.
Come on, in your shed, lady.
Well, on that note, I'm so glad we could end this on a laugh, ladies. Well, let's keep in touch, please. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much.
All right, good night.
Night.
Oh, Tug.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm making sure it removes them correctly. You know, sometimes when I set that, when I look at it, sometimes StreamYard freaks out and it'll it'll knock somebody, and I'm always like, oh my god, it didn't ban them, did it? You know?
I know.
It's
I hate
weird.
that. I hate that they have a button for banning people. Like, is it
Yeah,
removing?
you know, and
Is it
when you
removing
say,
enough?
yeah, when you say bye, you know, it
Yeah.
pushes them to the back, and you know, I'm making sure it disconnects properly so they're not stuck on their phone, you know, or whatever. And I'm like, man, I'm making sure I don't ban them. It makes me nervous.
Did I tell you that I'm simul streaming this and taking half of those super chats are mine, by the way, that you have to go through. I'm just kidding.
You're DUI
I
guy.
am just kidding.
You're DUI guy me. Oh
I DUI guide you.
You
Oh.
bastard.
You.
I'm gonna hit super chats then.
Yeah.
There's a few here. Are you heading for you giving the room back then?
Yeah, I got to give the room back. If
Yeah.
are there a couple that you need to that are for me I need to answer real quick? I know there's so many.
You know,
Oh
there's
my
a
God.
few. You know,
Or
there's a
I'll
lot
tell
of
you what
thank
I'll
you.
do. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll drop out, but I'll stay in the chat. So you, if there is anything, I can answer in the chat.
Okay. All right. Cool, Megan. I appreciate you. Hey, this has been it's been a good one. Like I said, it started out really hard, but you know what? It went somewhere that I think it needed to go. I think it really did need to go this way.
I think so too. I had no idea there was another witness to some of this. I didn't know
Wow.
there was.
Yeah. I mean, corroboration. Okay. You got court corroboration. You have firsthand eyewitness corroboration. Again, how much can this system ignore? There's a good
How much
question.
more do those of you doubters need to hear? How many more victims would there need to be to come forward? Because it sounds like there are more who might do so. But I mean, how many more do you really need? This is, yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. I don't know what my schedule is tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be in live streaming. Just watch my locals, meganfox.locals.com. If I am going to go live, that's where you're going to hear it first. And good night, everybody.
See you, Megan.
See ya.
All right. I'm going to hit some super chats here. CBC, thank you for the gifted membership there. Appreciate that. CBC, also, thank you for 5 gifted memberships on there. Appreciate that. And wait, I saw that Samantha joined again. I want to see if you wanted to add anything else. Let me just make sure real fast. Hey, Samantha, I saw you add back in. Do you wanted to add anything?
Yeah, because I have to say something.
Okay.
I saw people saying Lynette was in the chat. I just wanted to be like, hey, shout out to Lynette. What's up, girl? That's all.
Yeah. Hey, if she's there,
Hey.
you know, you may be able to silence like an individual there, but good luck with this. There's fucking 400,000 people.
We're like, how you doing though? For
Yeah.
real. How you doing?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, and I don't live in Florida either, you know. Good luck with that.
That's all. That's really all I want to say. I forgot. I was gonna be like, hey, Lynette, let's see your chats. But you know, she's hidden in there because she's
I love it. I love you ended on that elbow drop. Ugh.
Exactly. Where's that emoji at? I want to find one.
I do appreciate you like pumping on. I mean, you know, we're reading through all of this stuff and we're having cooperate. You know, I mean, one person talking about this is what we went through, and then another person. There's so much of it. It becomes something that hopefully it can't be ignored. You know.
Yeah, literally, I've been watching this for a while now, but I'm still not even caught up. So I can't imagine like jumping in now and trying to catch up.
Oh, that's what I mean. We've been trying for about 2 weeks. I feel like I'm scratching the surface, but you know what? I mean, it's at a good place because I feel like there's a dam busting, as it were. You know, again, you folks coming on, like clarifying stuff. We're finding more items that are popping up, court documentation that backs what happened with Jeremy. You know, we didn't see it from the beginning, but we see it from this place.
Yeah. Well, did you watch the video from Jeremy today?
I haven't yet. I've been out with my kid. I literally walked in the door 10 minutes before this started. So I'll watch it right after this.
If you watched the video from today, it was intense. And I felt like he just needed a hug because I know they're stressed out, because I know she can stress people out in a matter of minutes. And the fact that she's been doing this to them for months and months and months, I mean, it's just, I was like, oh gosh, it's just a lot. And to think that someone has a hit on you and you don't know if that's real or not, like that's just scary. And I don't know. I just felt like Jeremy and George need a hug, and they need to know that people have their back, and the fact that they live across the street from these freaking loony bins, like. Oh my God, they're mad at me. Sorry.
It's like I just said, I got my kids pop into the live stream all the time, and they're like, "Dad, what are you doing? You know, let me talk." And I'm like, "Oh no." So it's all good. All right.
Like-
Did you want to add anything else? I'm going to start hitting these supers here. Do you want to add anything else later on? Do you feel like we're
I
catching?
think that's it. I just wanted to give a shout out to Lynette because I know she's a nosy stalker, and I just want to say, hey.
Right. Well, I appreciate you. I'm going to start on these, and anytime you all need anything, I mean, we're on a lot. Just hit us up. You know the contact for Megan, and you can get my contact from them if y'all need anything, or again, you feel like we're leaving out parts of something. Again, let us know.
Where are you at? Southern. I know you're Southern. I know that.
Yeah.
much.
No, I'm in the middle of New York. No, I'm in the middle of Tennessee here.
Tennessee.
Yes,
I can't do it like
Tennessee.
that.
I'm the only 10 I see right now.
Okay.
All right. But I do
Okay,
appreciate
well, I
it.
appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. All right, we're gonna hit these. I like that they came on with this because it added it added more layers to understanding it. But also, when we saw the court documentation, saw the videos, then we see the actual person to people involved. Again, how much can people ignore? Wow, craziness. Subi Sue, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Always, Subi Sue. Candace, what's up, Candace? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate you. Awesome, Joan. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Also, share this everywhere because it, of course, is demonetized. Again, I'm not bringing that up. I mean, I get backing. I have plenty of backing. That's not what I'm worried about. I just want people to be able to hear folks' story. These things are important, and you know that it can be ignored on a smaller channel sometimes. But again, Jeremy's been amplifying. Other people have been amplifying. DUI guy, Megan, and I'm glad to be able to do it too. Fallen Hero, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Roy, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Risa, thank you for the gifted membership as well. Thank you. The Wookiee done it. The Wookiee done it indeed. Thank you for the gifted. I'm sorry. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Text. Yeah, the wrong one. Like wrong message. EXE. Miss Jackson. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Text. Sherry. Thank you for the 14 months. Thanks for reporting. I'll hang in as long as I can. Some things got to be too much. And I have to find something to make laugh. Love you both. I understand that. You know, the one thing, and I think this is the only downside to this. And again, this is no criticism of anyone. People have been through things. I mean, you know where you need to be. The only thing I hate about that portion is that's what these people count on sometimes. They count on us not wanting to look at the ugliness, not wanting to amplify it. And if you can't, you can't. I understand that. I feel like they take advantage, the false accusers, these abusers, they take advantage of the ugliness because the ugliness is hard to look at. It's so difficult to look at. Candace, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the 2 and thank you for the thank you. Appreciate you. Miss Stay, thank you for the $10 super chat. No statement attached, but plenty of statement back in the channel. Thank you. Appreciate you. Shield Maiden, what's up, Shield Maiden? Thank you for the 15 months. I already need a hug. I know I felt like that. Man, those documents, reading through them. That's what I say. Like I work with kids for the longest time. I stopped doing it because it's hard to even hear it. It's difficult. Sit across the table and hear kids tell you things that they shouldn't understand. They're lessons they should not understand in life. And if they can impact you as the listener, imagine what they do to the kid. I mean, it's unreal. Terry, thank you for the 10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for finally helping Megan. I'm forever grateful. You answered my email. Yeah, Yeah, well, Megan was we were discussing everything that came up with all of this, and we were talking about, again, what can we talk about? What can't we talk about? And we're like, well, this is court documentation. We can talk about any of it we want. And then I started redacting, and then the channel was brought up, and I was like, well, this, Megan and both we were both like, well, it's already out there. We don't have to redact. I'd already redacted almost everything, but you notice there were 2 mentions there, which typically, if there's a person noted in something, I would redact it all. I'd be very careful about redaction, but they wanted their story amplified, and so you were attaching it to it, and now it didn't matter at the end because they decided they would share and fill in blanks. Appreciate that. Miss Jackson, thanks for God bless both of you for all you're doing to help Jeremy and George, and especially that sweet child. Indeed, there are so many components to this thing. I wanted to watch the court portion too, I look at that, which we will. I know other people look at it. Like I said, some of this stuff you may have heard before. The more you show, the more you spread out to interjoined audiences, the more it becomes unignorable. Wake Up America, thanks God. Has anyone reached out to biological family about the private adoption? Well, I think we answered about how that stuff has gone now. So, you can see what's there. Appreciate that. It's good that actually got answered in the best way possible there. Billy Joe, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I always like seeing the super stickers too. They're a little, a little levity into that. Debbie Marie, thanks for thanks Megan and Tug. Hard to listen to, but thanks for covering it. I've followed them for years. I've never been so angry. This is the help. Indeed, it just, again, it shows you anybody who's like, oh man, this is just neighbor dispute. Really? You're not convinced yet. CBC, thanks for the 10. A CSA survivor, thank you for all you're doing. Share this book because I care. Love you. Hey, love return to you. Love seeing you here. Always around too. Appreciate you. Appreciate, I want to say this too. Since I've been covering stories like this with people, I'm privileged that people will share their personal stories with me. Even sometimes some people will say, and it's heartbreaking what people have gone through, but at the same time, and so many people, they share that, and then they share where they are in life, how they've been able to put things back together, and it's empowering too. I appreciate that. It's a lot of trust. Thank you. My adventures in home brewing, man, I've always wondered about home brewing. Sounds like much else by proxy. Yeah, indeed. My Red Queen, thanks for the 10. Thank you, Tug and Megan, for reviewing, going forward with what you can. Both have to be kind hearts. Yeah, it was, like I said, it's fascinating. The conversations that come up to get to that point. Again, just talking about what we needed to do with it and stuff. It was something. It was a lot of talk before. It was like, yes. And it wasn't, to be clear, it's about respecting the person there, because the court document could be discussed. That's not the issue. It's respecting the person that's there, and also looking at what the point is in sharing something. When you look at something, every sliver of information is not necessarily something that needs to be in the public. But if there's a point to it, and there has been a huge point, it goes back to how we were talking about fish and wildlife, all of that stuff. Wake Up America, thanks for the 5. As an adoptee who is also adopted, this is outrageous indeed. No way she should have been allowed to adopt, private adoption or not. That is very, very true. Like you talk about, we were talking about aliases and slipping through the cracks with those. What about due diligence? What about the safety of the kids? This that feels like best case scenario, that's low effort. They didn't go in and do their due diligence. Worst case scenario, it's almost like they're selling baby. That's horrible, horrible. Marie, thanks for the 2. Levy. I live in Levy. Cops suck here. This is scary. Yeah, well, it gets bigger than that too. That's the one thing to remember. You know, it. Rogue Mama, thanks for the 2. Like the antisocial personality disorder with BPD. Yeah, I'm just noting, and when saying any of this stuff, as somebody that diagnoses, I cannot diagnose people remotely. That is unethical. So I'm not diagnosing anyone. When I look at some of this stuff, yeah, I mean, you can see these traits, like not diagnosing, but just talking about traits. You can see these traits shared amongst specific types of false accusers and abusers. You see them over and over again. There's a specific type of person that does this every time. Ray, thanks for the 2 there. No statement, plenty of statement back. Thank you. Candace, thanks for the 2. There are many children, indeed, indeed. CBC, thanks for the 10. I have had horrible experience, but love being a parent. But I did lose my oldest daughter, unfortunately, in 2016. That's horrible. I can't imagine. I can imagine. You know, love to you. As a parent of 2 daughters, I can't even imagine. Like I said, love to you for sure. Jennifer, thanks for the 2 there. How old was the child at the time? Well, we got that answered with the questions there. So I'm glad I'm glad I asked that specifically because I said I was wondering, you know, the time frame too. So Harriet, thanks for that. There's also a huge difference between correcting a child's behavior and shaming a child personally. Yes, indeed. I mean, when you're Ashley said the same thing, like I was saying before. If a person is willing to do this stuff publicly, imagine what they do behind the scenes. And she said that, you know, and I thought, man, you know, that hits exactly what I was saying. If you see this behavior, it's much, much worse. When a person gets to the point where they let it spill over into the outside, and they don't care what other people see. And behind closed doors, it's so much worse. D. Robertson, thanks for the 2. Who please say child? No, redacted. I just always say redacted. The reason I say redacted is because anyone that comes up, if I've redacted it, it's a habit. That way I don't make a mistake if I say redacted. You know, if I add any other word there, and that's on me. Maybe it might sound better, but the reason I do that is just so I don't make a mistake. Because if I've gone through, say I went through and I edited a word out 140 times. I mean, some documents, they have they'll have a word in there 300 or 400 times. You know, like, oh my God, you know, and it imprints in your mind. So when you look at that, if you change it, like, especially if it were like the child's name was Carol or something, I go to say child and I accidentally mix it up and say the other one. So redacted, never mess it up. But that's why I do it that way. It's a good note, but that's absolutely, and other people do it differently. Unsung Hero, thanks for there. Hey there. Are you cool, turtle? All you cool turtles and tortoises. Yeah. Hey there to all you cool turtles and tortoises. Indeed. Subi Sue, thanks for them. This is not a joke. It's not at all. It's the real thing. That's what I like to add laugh to what we cover. Because, you know, dark content is helped out with jokes. But, yeah, there's not really any jokes in there, you know. Candace, thanks for the do. Gypsy Rose, this will end badly. I'm hoping everything ends well with Jeremy said a long road, Georgia a long road, but I hope it ends where they're aiming. I'm glad he came on and said something too. I thought that was really good. Sarah, thank you for the $10 super chat. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Rose, thanks for the vibe. If Lynette is really being abused, my question is, why does she not walk away? Why does she put up with it? And well, you know, in real cases of abuse, there are many reasons why people don't walk away. But like both, I'm just gonna say both guests, they said 10 people have been accused. It's a weapon. It's an effective weapon. It's an effective weapon to make people stay with you. It's an effective weapon to silence people, and it's an effective weapon to get what people want. That's why I spend a lot of time on false accusations. And people love to spin that and say, oh my God, these people, they don't believe. Oh no, I very much believe that people are abused out there. And I hate false accusers because they take away. I want to live in a world where when somebody says, that person over there did this to me, I want to be able to say that person right there is a monster. I don't even want to question anybody, but you know. And in this, we followed the evidence, and it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. But people like Annette, they prove the reason people doubt. I mean, it's all encompassed in there. That's why we look at this stuff. We have a specific way going through, and sometimes, unfortunately, there's not always documentation. It's just the Lynettes of the world. You see what they do, and they do it to real victims, real survivors. Heather, thanks for the 2. It's about her stepdaughter. She made a video. Yeah, we got there. Yeah, for sure. Terry, thanks for the 5. I can't help believe. I have to say this, but I can't help but wonder. HG is ignored because she's half black, half Asian. I don't know. Heather, thanks for the 2. Discipline is a form of love and education. Well, yeah, there's a big difference in correction and abuse. There is a difference. One of the best things to do with a kid, here's a great thing. If people are confused about that, if you're mad about something, walk away. Come back later when you can think and you can correct behavior. Correct it in a manner. Again, if a voice needs to be elevated, that is my extreme. Like for my kids, my extreme is elevated voice. And it works. My kids, you know, it gets across that there's an issue, but it also, it's like my granddad one time said a word to me. One time when I was little, he told me that he was disappointed in me. He raised his voice a little, very, very austere man, very few words. And yeah. That it sticks with me now, you know, way beyond. So I mean, there's a big difference. Rigo Rye, thanks for the 10 there. My mother was violent and abusive. I'm the youngest of 5. Her job used to be in childcare. There were many physical assaults, verbal abuse. She was a good churchgoer. God help that child. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that hide behind the mask of religion. They hide behind many. That is not a shot at religion either. Just to make that very clear. We see jailhouse conversions and everything, and some people do find faith. They do find it. But for every one of those, I mean, there are many people that hide behind that, and it's terrible. I hate that you went through that. Seem that you're a strong person here. You know, you've been around quite a bit, so you know, coming out of that. I don't think anybody ever should have to go. I mean, it's terrible stuff. And it's terrible she was put in a position of authority with children. Kathy, thanks for the 5. You can see the fish and game video, how much the 4-year-old was wanting attention. Every time Lacey spoke, she was yelling at the child. Yeah, the attention thing didn't grab me as much. You grab it in the process of everything. Like kids like attention too. You know, it depends on the personality, first of all, right? But I see other things in that. I saw the I saw the communication, the method versus there were extremes in communication. The guy there was talking in babyese, and again, I don't use babyese, but that's at least a compassionate way to talk. He was trying to be respectful. He was giving positive attention. Child was lapping it up. Here's another thing: children that are given negative attention, they start to respond to negative attention because that's all they get. If a child is only given negative attention, they will act negatively because they know it gets attention. And then that's not even getting into the abuse factor. People sometimes they don't give attention for positives. They only give it for negatives. You see that's a form of abuse, in my I mean, that's not something that's talked about a lot, but I mean, really, what are you giving? If there's only yelling, and then there's so many other parts. Setting a kid down on the ground, being like, "Don't move. There's glass everywhere." Knowing you see that kid running around, they didn't care. Again, they said life-threatening illness. I mean, so many issues in that fish. That thing that infuriated me when I watched it. Jennifer, thanks for the tip. Please don't use current child's name. Yeah, well, that was Ashley mentioned the reason that she brought up. Here for the truth. Thanks, Five. This is ridiculous. This is a juxtaposition to the Kowalski case. So backward. Indeed, there's so many cases like this. And you know how you remedy that. You make it so big it can't be ignored. Again, the one platform I think that this doesn't have enough attention on. I don't use Facebook. Okay, so I noticed that there is a lot of attention on Facebook, but Twitter, I don't think there's enough attention. I think that if anybody posts about this, if they all use the hashtag buckle up, because it's something everyone can uniformly use. If you did that, it'll only take about 1,500 mentions, and bam, that sucker's trended. Put more eyes on it. Dan, thanks for the she's $2 short of a Happy Meal. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, what's a Happy Meal cost nowadays? $5. She's like $5 short of a Happy Meal. Thanks for the tea. Much love to the Hales and all included. Indeed. Much love to them. And what they've been going through. Jennifer, please don't use current child's name. Yeah. Again, I'm with people that are connected family wise, I think that's different. For myself, I don't. It took me days to even talk about, because when I look at I try to leave kids out of a conversation, but when they're a victim in something, I mention the kid. And yeah, name-wise, I mean, for myself, there's no use for it. When people are connected family-wise, it's, I think, different. Risa, thanks for the 20 there. Being a mandated reporter is emotionally draining. Yes, it can be so much. My husband is a teacher and has written 3 incident reports this school year for various reasons, but thankfully not these reasons. It is. It's very emotionally draining, and it's frustrating because you see the ineptitude of the system. Even if sometimes it depends. It depends on like here, I think we have a good reporting system. But even if you have like the reporter and the person they talk to, then they have the investigator, there's so many chains in that. And that assumes that, again, the response is always, how do they repair? Some things are beyond repair. See, there's a good thing in we were talking about that report, person 10 years. They've only seen 2 extreme cases. And you have to wonder. I mean, some people, they take every kid, and that's terrible. On the other side, some, they think the child should be put in situations where it's dangerous all the time. I mean, there's got to be a happy medium, and hopefully that there should be. Well, thanks for the 5 there. As an RN, also man, minority reporter. Hurts my heart. Indeed. Man, nurses, props to nurses. Props to all of you, by the way. I work with nurses in mental health capacity. We have a lot of nurses that have come from physical man. Nurses, yeah. You all do a lot and you don't get enough love. So here's a lot of love and a lot of appreciation. Brock, what's up, Brock? Thanks for the 9 months. Thank you both for standing up for justice, truth, seeking truth. It seems X social media has become the Wild West. Thank you. It is. It very much has become that. I appreciate you too. Ken, thanks for the 2. Hales in the house, along with Ashley. Loved all. Yeah, it was great to be able to talk to everybody too. Matt, thanks for the 2. Mixing Ice Ice Baby with hold music now. Ice Ice Baby. Oh no. I used to live downtown. No, that's a different song, my bad. I had a flashback to all that. Oh God. Stop. There it is. Ice is back with, oh God, this is a terrible song. If I get that stuck on my head, I'm gonna blame you, Matt. that is cruelty. That is cruelty. I don't appreciate that. I'm just playing. Appreciate you. Candace thinks so too. Ashley, a true hero. Indeed, you are. I hope everybody gives Ashley love, support, continues that. Shelly, thanks for the 2. They also want to send a link. We got them on. And also Candace noted that too. Thank you. Yeah, when everybody was talking about it, and more people too. Terry, thank you for that. Noted that. Thank you. I noticed everybody talking about it, and Megan noticed it too. I saw it in the chat. I was messing with the controls for the chat, and when I'm messing with the controls and stuff, I don't see the chat directly on. But thankfully, when we saw that, we got the link in there. So I'm glad we got the link. Deborah, also thank you. Bonnie, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Appreciate that. Karen, thanks for the 5. In case it's cases where being a district attorney at Emily Baker doesn't cover trials with child violence. I get it. I get it. When this stuff first came up, I mean, I'm sure you still hear it sometimes. I stop. You know, it's the way I speak anyway, but I stop because emotion comes up, and I've got to stop. And it resets because I bite it back. But when I first started covering cases 2019, 2020, I couldn't do that. I couldn't even get near them. I couldn't have done this stream in 2020, 2019. Heather, thanks for the 2. We all love and support you, Ashley. Indeed. And that's it. When I say that, I just, again, that points out the severity. It doesn't say anything, oh, me. No, it points out the severity of what when people like Emily DeBaker or myself or anyone, when we're like, we can't even cover that. That's, I got a kid. Come in just a second. Hey, what's up, kiddo? Did you find scissors? Did you bring them to me? Thank you.
They're so scissors.
Yeah, these are little bit scissors, but we're still not toys, right? You're smart. Thank you.
But
yeah.
Dad, it didn't cut my feet. It's just a soap. It's just a soap cut.
Oh my goodness. You are a nut.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, they make a small cut. You're right. Give me 5 though. Hey, I'll be finished in a few minutes, and you want to watch your show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go watch your.
I'm hungry though.
We'll get you. We'll get a snack out. Actually, are there any Rocket Pop stuff? Since we ate chicken nuggets earlier, I know that's what you want, right?
Yeah, Rocket Pop.
We'll go get a Rocket Pop. Since I did tell you could have a Rocket Pop earlier, so will you go grab one? Go grab us one.
Hey, Dad.
Go grab you one, and I'll open it. Huh? Yeah, come back with it. FLW did report it. Crafty, thanks for the $2 super sticker. Appreciate that. Kimberly, thanks for the 2. Ashley, I'm so sorry. We're playing for you. And again, love to her, support to her, show support to her. Again, you know, it's crazy that she had that person. That's what abusers do. Like going in and going after her when she's in the chat, you know, or when she's talking about that. Redirect. I mean, that's what they do. But you can't silence something huge like that.
Dad, why the little thing? Someone cut this box puppy piece.
Oh, that's good. It came out though, right? There you go. You can have it. Yeah. Here, let's see it. Yeah. It was open. It's all good. It's probably when I opened earlier and put back in there. If you want to go watch your show, and hey, wait, come here. You got a hair on your hand. One of your hairs there. I don't want you get on your paws.
And maybe I fell and I just fell in the water.
You fell and just one hair suddenly fluttered out. Yeah.
And the water.
Oh yeah, and landed on the rocket pop. Oh, that was almost a crime, wasn't it? Whew, man. Yeah. All right. I'll see you in a couple minutes. Okay. These are funny. Kimberly thinks it too. Ashley, I'm so sorry. We're praying for you. Indeed. I'm glad that, like I said, love and support is there. Jennifer, thanks for that. The world is watching. Ashley, Jeremy, and George, you're loved and believed. Indeed, I think more and more people are seeing the truth. That is the point. I love it. Jody, thanks for that. Would Game of Wildlife be a mandatory reporter? Mandated reporter? No, not really there. I mean, here's where you get to the point. I mean, as a governmental entity, wouldn't you think, like, if you run across something like that, you should? But you know, when you're talking about a mandated reporter, there's specific jobs that are in there where you come in contact with. That is your function, and as part of that function, you become, again, like teachers, nurses, doctor. You know, that's specific. That's what that language is. You know, it's do it or else. And that should there be? Yeah, I think so, especially with any kind of governmental job. But Heather, thanks for I love all the law tubers and report tubers for covering all this. Ashley and the Hales. Indeed. I don't know what the heck I am. I'm just out here. I'm not a rip-off. You know, I don't like most mainstream journalists. Like, I'm not an indie journalist. I don't write articles and stuff. I love some of the indie journalists like Megan. Mainstream ignore everything, it feels like. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not a law tuber. I think I'm adopted law tuber. I think they let me into their mix, even though. And thanks for the follow there. Ashley's beautiful inside and out. Indeed. She's going to be a warrior. Child in danger now. God bless. And her story, that's exactly what it was. You know, taking something terrible, being able to move on, share it, power it. And you would hear. That's what I mean when we run into the false accusers. You see the people that we've had high profile cases with that, I'll just say, you know, and you see how they respond versus like an Ashley, like when she came on and you could hear the emotion, you could hear it come up. You see it in the video. I mean, again, it's just classic songs, because you may not have a scar on you anymore that people can see, but you definitely still have one. Dan, thanks for that. Hashtag do the right thing. Hashtag stay strong, Ashley. Indeed. Matt, thanks for the 5. We need to throw Ashley an epic birthday party with bounty castles, water vines, etc. Never too late to claim your childhood. Indeed. If she needs anything, man, I mean, reach out. You got an army of people that support you. Again, I hope she knows that. If not, you do for sure. Let's see. Sterioski, is that right? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tux. If I butchered your name, apologies, but I will butcher everyone. If I can butcher a name, like, is it Rhea? Is it Raya? You know, I don't remember. Like, that's my problem, is I'm terrible with names and I don't remember. I remember the name, but I forget how it's really pronounced. So if I butcher it enough times, I'll call you 3 or 4 versions of it. Or if it's like if it's a name, I don't like disrespecting people's names either. Like, if I don't know how to, I'm Southern, you know. I mean, if you see some of our roads and stuff, you can tell, like, names don't compute around here, I feel like. So I'll shorten them. If I Take a name. If your real name is something that I might have trouble with, if I shorten you to initials, that's because I'm trying to be respectful. Just to say, is that Buck Van Zender? Is that right? I'm probably butchered that. I'm sorry. Thanks. As a 48-year-old man watching this young woman reliving her dark moments of her childhood breaks my heart, makes me tear up. Indeed. It's hard to do, and it's powerful though. You know the power. Here's the thing that survivors, when you get to that point, it's catharsis. First of all, it helps you move forward. When you get to the point where you're like, fuck it, I can go out here and I can tell that's for you. You do it for yourself, but there's so much power in it because you're telling the world that we get to the point where we see so many stories and so many things we just bypass. And, the reason that like a story like this, these are lives. First of all, when I say a story, these are stories from people's lives. These are lived experiences, whether it's Jeremy and George, and what's happened to them is abuse. By the way, don't get it twisted. It is. It's happened to Ashley, Samantha, whomever, that's abuse. But when they put their story out there, they're telling the world, you need to pause, you need to listen and reflect. And how do we get to the point where we can truly help survivors? See, I'm caught in a place, and I do this real time. I haven't figured out, and I don't know there's a real answer to this yet, because legally, we don't have answers. We get so many false accusers. We have this in this story, in this lived experience. So many people, I hate to even call them stories, but you know what I mean here, lived experiences. You have one false accuser, a bad one that is wrecking lives, and you have so many victims. The victims' tales are real. Those are real tales of abuse, but also there's a false accuser. How do you get to the place in the world where you take on both? That's the place. I go after false accusers hard, but I hate the spin. There are people that think because there's falsity, you don't need to know. If a person is telling you their lived experience, period, and they're not pointing a finger trying to wreck somebody, right away, I don't question that. If people point at someone else, I do try to look at what's there. But again, I'm not trying to be ugly about that. I'm not going to confront them or anything. It's just if they're pointing at a real monster, and I know that, then like in this case, Lynette, look at the things you've exposed here. Now, it's undeniable. That's why you keep looking. Remember, Jackie, thanks for been there. Actually, 100% real and believable. Indeed. And again, if for some reason, if there's somebody out there, it's like, no. Well, again, what else do you need? You have a clinic full of people telling you, and again, they're not a witness, by one side or another. It's not an A versus B, B versus A. This is a court mandated reporters. They're assigned by, and they're reporting on something. And thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tux Thugs. Appreciate you. Reza, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. Got my radio voice. Thank you for the gifted membership. And thanks for the 5. When this child is rescued, there needs to be a huge party for Ashley, the warrior, and the baby. # buckle up. I think there needs to be anyway, honestly. If they wanted it, man, there should be. Patty, thanks for 5. I lost my mom when I was 8 to breast cancer. Long for a mom. So I completely get when Ashley fell. Love you, Ashley. Yeah, indeed. If you've ever had a parent that has been lacking, I've had a lacking parent, I'll say, and then I had a stepfather that's the greatest person ever. greatest person. So, I mean, when you see that, you know, actually, I've been lucky and fortunate in later life. I've had great people that have been there. Well, you know, you see that, you see the lacking person. That's just how I'm going to describe them. I mean, they're worse than that, but lacking. And then, you know, you have these great people. And yeah, you know, people you do long for. Kids long for love. They long for adoration. I mean, hell, I say my kids, they want, I mean, it's just the basic stuff they should get. And it's so heartbreaking when children don't get that. Sarah, thanks for the 20. Thank you for Tug and Megan for being a voice for all the victims. How brave of Ashley to come forward and speak out. Indeed. Indeed. Candace, thanks for remember to kill either one of the parents. Yes, that actually is a very good point that you're bringing up. You have no idea. Look at how she's manipulated a judge. If you don't know, shut up. That's actually a very good point. That's what they were saying too. You don't, in that situation, there are many victims. It's also easy, like fathers become villains, and you know, false accusations are if a person puts a certain stigma on you, you never shake it. And you can't imagine what that stigma would do to you. We know that specific PDF file label, I'm going to say, that label is looked on so lowly that even scumbags in prison look down on them. They're the bottom rung. Even the worst of the worst consider them even worse. Matt, Red Queen, thanks for the vibe. Tug, last Sunday's Jeremy stream, there was a post that the grandma of the child wanted to talk with either you or DUI. I'm not sure if it's true or fake. I'll talk to anybody. I'm just going to say, I'll sit down and talk to you. One of the reasons I want to note this too. When we were talking about abuse related stuff, I'm with a female that has gone through this. This is something that you see in clinical practice too. I feel more comfortable with Megan asking questions because there might be a level of comfort there until you feel it, you know. So if there's somebody in there, like if I'm not asking a lot of questions, that's why, because sometimes there's and sometimes there's not. But that's a reflection on clinical practice. I think it's just a way there. But I'll talk to anybody. Like to say, anybody that has pieces of this thing. It is again. I don't mean to disrespect with saying this, but to me, my mind computes these things like a giant puzzle. That's why I continue. If you look at the way I cover things, some people cover 100 different cases. Me, I usually cover 1, 2, maybe 3, and that's it. Because if I find something, I'll cover random things until I find something I want to look at. But when I find something, I want to consume it all so I understand it all. Because at the end of the day, if you understand the people, like if you understand how bad a linet is, for example, look at where it's going. And again, that's not me or anyone. It's just saying at that, if there truly is an outcome, I don't want to just sit here and tell you about trials. Maybe one day I'll get there and want to look at something that needs changing and change it. That's why I appreciate DUI guy and Megan. They feel that way too, but also they were nice enough to point me in the direction of this. My mind, it's good to be able to look at something that you think, man, maybe we all can make change on. Sandra, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. No statement there, but plenty of statement. Thank you. Cranky, what's up, Cranky Granny? Number 2, Samantha Wilson in the chat. Ash's sister, yes, we got her on there. Love it. And I saw a bunch of you mentioning that. Thank you. So thanks for the 5, Ashley. The world is learning the truth. We're behind you. Should be held accountable. Hopefully so. Hopefully so. Jack's mom. There's accountability. At least there's social accountability. You know, we're aiming for more. We're aiming for legal accountability, true accountability here. But you can't shove that genie back in the bottle. Jack's mom, things are too. Since you took her across state lines equals a federal crime. I'm not sure, like everything that works in there, the legal component of it. I don't know. You know, I'm not sure. If, again, with kidnapping, yeah. Also, I mean, the state again, the state laws, how long those laws are in effect. I mean, there's a lot of different components. And honestly, if you can find, if she were to report something, if she could find someone that is willing to listen, that's important. Bad slave, thanks for the 20 there. Ashley verbalized the decades of pain I experienced from my own stepmother. It's healing to hear someone verbalize the pain you can't put into words. Yeah. Like I said, it's cathartic to express, and sometimes to hear someone express it. It helps them and you sometimes in your journey to move forward. Again, if any of you have experienced this stuff, you find yourself at a place where, I mean, you need help, talk to a professional, please. It's not pawning you off on anyone. It's just sometimes you get to a place where we do need a shoulder. And if you're experiencing it right now, get help, please. And McWilliams, thank you for the 2 there. Hugs that Ashley, I support you, stay strong. Indeed. Ted, thanks for Jeremy. Reads the story of the 2-inch pipe for 2 years. I didn't realize it was 2 years before then, you know. Again, when I asked questions when he came on and stuff, I feel like I've learned a lot since that moment. And from a lot of you folks, again, y'all send me stuff and I'll catch up, or you'll be like, watch this video too. Be like, okay, or read this document. And it's like, wow. Sandra, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. I love gifted memberships, by the way. Love watching them land. Thank you. These things for the 10 there. Money is what drives Lynette. She exploits the little one, I'm going to say, to receive money. She exploits everyone, even the turtles. Yeah, well, and it works. That's the problem. It works. You know, again, if people get in the way of it, you say you're going to foster the kid. That only works with somebody. Like, you have a lot of problems like falsely accusing people that they just pick up a mic out here. You may be able to do that to like Jeremy because he's in your town. Like, again, I'm not there. And where I live, it's pretty much a free speech beacon. You know, about here, that's one of the things that they love. They love the free speeches. So, and again, we're reading legal documents and we're listening to other people's testimony. You can't shut that shit down. Reverend Not Me, thanks to Yvonne. Thank you, Tug and Megan, for letting Ashley and Samantha share this. I'm glad they came on and did it. I mean, thanks to them for sure. Ashley and Samantha, you're brave, strong, and so courageous. Indeed. Oh, yeah. We were, you know, since we all have kids, you know, Megan has kids, have kids, you know, we have to keep it down. Some days I wish I were in a position where I could stream for 8 hours, you know, I'd be like, come on, let's just go and go and go. And if there's more, if they think about it, when you open up a platform, sometimes like more things come to mind. Actually, here's a positive. If you want people to subscribe to your, I mean, you know, for whatever you cover, like you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 listening hours, and then you're monetized, and that can be life-changing, you know. So putting this stuff out there, reward, again, go play our videos, sub to our channel for sure. Show her love. Heather, thanks for Lina is scammer in 25 years. Scary. Indeed. Indeed, that is crazy, isn't it? Whiskey, thanks for the $3 super sticker. Thank you. Fair for all. Thank you for the vibe. Obvious is truth. Indeed. It just, all the pieces fit. All of them do. It's beyond any type of question. It's 100% truth. Cynthia, thanks, Vi. Thanks for this, guys. Best kind of journalism. Indeed. You know, it's the fun. It's the fun kind to be part of it. And I don't mean this kind of story like this is horrible to talk about. But you know what? At the end of the end, I love seeing something happen. And that's how you get there. That's the kind of journalism. That's the power. That's the good stuff. I like to watch that play in real time too. I mean, that is citizen activism is what that really is, you know, and people from all walks of life. This is a thing too. And never let this bother you. You'll run into people from every walk of life. You'll run into people that disagree with you over politics, over social things. But remember, we're not that far apart. If something I say offends you, if you don't like it, block me out or whatever, but don't blame anybody else for that too. And continue remembering what the point is. I really like to live and let live though. I love all you people. I don't care if we think different, vote different, look different, have different lives. Who cares? I don't care. We march for one singular purpose and we can change things. That's important. Janice, thanks for doing. These young women are amazing. They're survivors. They are. They are. It makes you proud to say, because people have taken something horrific and they stand strong. PI thanks to DUI guy. Yeah, that's what Simon streaming. That's fine. I didn't even know you could do that. That's hilarious. I was watching Megan when that happened. I thought that was really funny. I was on there and she was like, "Oh my God, I didn't realize it." Yes, thanks for the tip there. Ashley and Samantha, you're strong women, survivors. We love and support you. Indeed. 1,000,000%. Kate, what's up, Kate? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. By the way, if you haven't, subscribe to the channel, like the video, and share it. That's it. Share it. Thanks for the cracks in the dam starting to get. Soon enough, that poop bucket's going to explode. Wonder if she has a fan for it to hit. Probably not. If it does, I mean, maybe they can steal one. Allegedly. Jojo, thanks for the 10 there. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tug and Megan. Appreciate all you do. Indeed. Hey, appreciate you. Thank you. Amanda, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Another interview I'm going to do soon. I'm going to talk to somebody. I've been intrigued by looking at the underbelly of Scientology. You know, so many victims come out of Scientology. You know, again, I've talked about accusations, false, but my God, people who come out of that Scientology, look at the evidence against Scientology. So I think next week I'm going to talk to somebody that came from that. Bessie, thanks for two. Thanks to Meg and hashtag fact is powerful. Indeed. Yes, Angel. Don't forget the GoFundMe. I forgot to put the GoFundMe up. Let me mention the GoFundMe too. I totally forgot that. I had a note for it too in front of me. It's the topic. That's why I didn't really remember it. Apologies for that. I had a note for it up here, but I got the topic really. It's such a heavy topic. I want to mention it real fast, though, for sure. So if you didn't realize, there is a GoFundMe for the legal expenses for Jeremy and George. It's actually gotten up to $7,800, which is good. It was at $51. One day it's jumped up. If you you're running a place, they need to share it. like if you want to put it in a chat or whatever. Here, actually, I have links. I mean, the only reason I limit links is because you get spammer. I'm going to call them prawn bots. They share links. If you click on them, they will destroy your computer. So I don't allow links to be shared except for mods. But mods, share that. And if you can, remind people that this exists, because 80 plus grand, that was before. That was a couple of weeks ago, and you've got a lot of other stuff going on. It's expensive. Justice, you can get justice if you can afford it, help people afford it. That's actually a very good. Max Lab, thanks for the candy for the kids. Indeed. Indeed. She'll be happy with that. I'll give her that. Evil Befall, thanks for the 22 months. Hey there. Fun times. Fun times indeed. I love that. Debbie, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tug Stugs, by the way. Jenny, thanks for the 20 there. Your daughter has the sweetest voice. The donation for candy, Rocket Pops for girls. Indeed. I'll give it to they have a day coming up where they're gonna go out and they'll get a toy or whatever they want. So it'll be funny. I'll just give them some money from that. I love it. They're both cuties. They're the best girls. The littlest one's the one who pops up all the time with that. The oldest will pop up sometimes too. But it's a fascinating world too. Like my 4-year-old grew up with me around a mic. My oldest was about 3 when I picked up the microphone, and really started doing this kind of stuff. And that's been fascinating to see them like grow up around it. So what a world. It's amazing. You can pick up a microphone and you could get together with enough like-minded people and change the world for the better. Rhea Rye, thanks for there. I'm Rhea. 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 You're going to be Rhea Raya. I don't care. I like my version too. You will always be that. You'll be Rhea Raya. I like it. It becomes like almost a funny thing. It's almost like a nickname. If you're ever like if you went to something like in real life, you'd be like, "Hey, that umbrella guy, I knew I am." I'd be like, "Hey," you'd be like, "Rhea Rye." I'd be like, "Oh, hell yeah, I know exactly who you are." That'd be awesome. Frankie, what's up? Thanks for 5. Hashtag buckle up. Exhausted, get some rest. Yeah, well, I will definitely. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to not live stream. I'm going to take the girls and I'm going to my oldest. We had I was taking her for some Southern cuisine. I'm not talking barbecue and stuff. I'm talking frog legs. And she was like, "Oh my God, these are good." And I was like, "I told you they're pretty good." So she's like, "We gotta go tomorrow. Get some more." I was like, "All right." So I'm gonna take her. And what's up, DJ? What's up? Thanks, Steve. Good day, Tug. What type of car do you drive for the mix? I drive an Armada, actually. That's what I drive. I drive an Armada because I have kids and it's like a tank. Everything in there. It revolves around them. Got a big car, Yeah, no sports car. Got the Armada. Parent car. Not a minivan, We've had a we've had a minivan with Tom, but I've got Armada. All right, we are at the end of those. That was a long haul through those, and I appreciate all of you sincerely. I really do. I appreciate all of you that have been here, and all of you that kept up with this. Again, you are these channels too. Never forget that. Like, you are what makes the channels work. So when you're here, 5,000 people is up, saw it. If folks like yourself share it, everything else can. We become unstoppable. So tomorrow, unless something changes again, I say that I'm not going to live stream, and then some crazy thing. The last time I said I wasn't going to live stream, some insanity came up, and I was like, "Oh, I guess I'm going to live stream." I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow. If I do, it will be late. Okay, so I'll say it that way, because last time I made a definitive answer, it changed in 45 minutes. I was like, I guess I am, yeah, but it was late, so. We'll see, but I'm not planning on it. Again, I have been enjoying, well, one thing I can say, I've been enjoying live streaming. I usually do videos all the time, but right now I've been enjoying just live streaming and covering things. So anyway, I end here. Appreciate you folks. It's been a great stream too. I think it was necessary, and appreciate you all. Thank you.